Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, Add Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born, they're built under pressure. In this format, any team can strike, any team can rise.
Garena. มันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดปูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool, 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free Fire World Series Battle Royale Mode.
Garena.
ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born, they're built under pressure. In this format, any team can strike, any team can rise.
Garena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Battle Royale. Yesterday was surprises and big booyahs and teams showing what they're really made of. But today, it gets even tougher. Every move and decision matter, and there's no room for any mistake because their smartest as well as the strongest will take that #1 spot. On this, I am Neptune Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
It is good to be back and this pairing, man. I mean, everybody has been waiting for it and fate just had it to be today. And today is the day that I think Buriram is finally going to do it. And if my spidey senses are right, you think Buriram's going to do it as well. And we all know the teams are pumped up with just one thing, man. A good old can of Red Bull. And by the way, guys, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyahs out there. And yes, Vietnam has been on fire, but thus far it has been the story of Thailand finding the qualifiers to the grand finals. And yesterday, you were just talking to me about it, Neptune, AGAL breaking all boundaries, all records for the highest number of points collected within a day for a squad. And to make that qualifier, it's awesome for them, but I want to see exactly who it is today. And once again, I think it's going to be another Thai squad, very specifically the Thai team that everybody has been waiting for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Buriram United, though we saw slowdown. It's not just a slowdown. It's a total halt of their performance. Not quite sure what it is right now, but you did mention that from the 3 teams that already qualified in grand finals, all of them are coming from Thailand. And this is another time for Thailand to really bring one to the board. But on to our prediction right now. We have Buriram United, we have PE Sports as well as RRQ. For me, it's just because of the performance that they have, especially for PE Sports yesterday and the previous week, and RRQ as well because they missed that opportunity. But from yesterday, it seems like they were struggling, similar to what we've seen from Buriram United.
That is absolute nonsense. I mean, yes, I do acknowledge the teams in Southeast Asia. They have not just grown, they have just broken all of their own personal boundaries. They are a different kind of monster this time round. But I think RRQ is holding back. I think they see what Buriram is doing and they're saying, okay, all right, okay, bro. So if you don't want to show off, we don't want to show off too, and they're hanging back. I am very sure they can unleash the beast within if they really want to step it up. But of course, this is the knockout stage. Today is the 7th of September. It is the night of the blood moon, by the way. 6th and 7th, that's week 4. Yesterday, we saw AGL qualify, and that was the 3rd Thai team getting into the grand finals in succession. Today could just be another Thai squad getting there. Of course, Vietnam and Indonesia could potentially break that particular lineup of teams served up by just one nation. Are we going to see some tiebreaker rules here? How close is the competition going to get? But if we do, this is how we break them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, similar to one we've seen from last week. I mean, Team Falcons going against AGAL as well as RRQ. The tiebreaker rules really showed us who would be on that #1 spot. But another thing that really made the difference in terms of performance for the team would be the one unique active skill. And we've seen a lot of teams try it out. And that's one reason as well, when this has been introduced, there's a little bit slowdown in terms of performance. But now that they're getting the groove, they understand what needs to be done, what needs to be used on the active skill department. And I've seen a lot of surprises, especially when Oscar has been used most of the time. It made a mark in the game.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Hands down, the meta of the game has just grown tremendously. And I love the fact that we've got the unique active skill in the competition now, right? But of course, the grand finals format will stay the exact same as per the past few competitions. We have got the champion rush condition. You hit 80 points, you activate champion rush. And in one of your following games, the first team to hit the booyah after activating champion rush will be crowned the champion. But of course, by the end of 10 games, if we don't have anyone meeting the condition, the team with the highest number of points will walk away with the trophy. But of course, today's not the grand finals just yet, but it is a finals in some sort of a way. The #1 team qualifies to the grand finals, and it will be one of these 12 squads.
And speaking of grand finals. I mean, from the previous season, we had Onyx Olympus, who was declared the champion, and they will be introduced in this mix as well. So today's list, similar to what we've seen yesterday, taking out AGAL, adding in Onyx Olympus. Now let's see on how it would make the difference, because we did mention, I did mention that some teams are in paper are not performing that well, but you did mention that there's somewhat of a fury behind it, and I would love to go and find out what that means or what that is. Hopefully we can get into an interview with some of the teams that we were expecting to pop off but are not really performing.
Of course, much love to our brothers in Indonesia. I'm very sure it's quite a tough time at this point of time, so no surprises. I'm pretty sure the players themselves may be affected mentally by the situation as well, but they are trying their very best to find a qualifier, and it's not too late just yet, because this is just week 4. In week 6, we do have our final chance where all you need to be is the top 6. But speaking of the top 6, yesterday, EVOS, they were not even in the top 6. They were nowhere close to the top 6. In fact, they were at the very bottom, performing even worse than the Malaysian squad of Toda. That was a huge surprise to me. I want to see them step it up this time round. I'm pretty sure we will see a little bit of improvement, because I'm very sure they don't want to rank on the 12th spot 2 days in a row. But you never know what could happen out there, man. I mean, yes, some teams have grown, but some teams are just not showing us the fire as of this point.
Yeah, I mean, for EVOS, I'm not really worried, because if you remember from the previous season, they went in towards the end. Like, on the final week of the knockout stage, they're still there. So there's no problem. They are studying their opponent, and I guess it is a pattern. If going back to my statement, Burim United, RRQ, might be doing the same thing, understanding what they can do when it comes to the grand finals, what other tactics they can pull out once they get into that league. But for now, it's more of chill for them, not so much of pressure, because as you did mention, week number 6 can bring 6 more to the grand finals. So there's plenty of chances for the teams.
And of course, there is also a very big question. Are we going to see 5 Thai teams qualify on 5 consecutive days here at the knockout stage? It's insane if we actually do find that. But of course, that being said, Buriram has not been their best version of themselves, and Virtus.pro definitely hasn't been showing themselves as a huge threat out there. So I'm pretty curious as to if or not that's even going to be a possibility. But we don't just want to see the Thai squads, we want to see a little bit of Vietnam as well. And today, both you and I think PE Esports is going to pop off. WAG has already shown us what they are capable of. Team Flash, Team Flash has always been consistent at the very least. They have been consistent at being the most inconsistent squad out of Vietnam.
Oh, well, let's see though, because for PE Sports yesterday, if it wasn't for Brave United, if they were not denied of that booyah, probably plenty of points, they could have been the team from Vietnam to drop in first. It was very close between them, only 7 points between them and AGAL, and AGAL fell down a little bit too early. Not too early though, but that was a cliffhanger of the final match. And I, like, hearts pounding, palm sweating, really thinking who's going to get that #1 spot. We really didn't know. Me and Sir Cloud don't know by the end until the result came up. So I would love to experience that. I would love to see a close fight, but not just 2 teams, like several teams on the top spot, booyahs after booyahs being taken by different regions, different teams, and that would make this day even more extravagant.
Dude, I mean, every single day of Free Fire in the current format of the competition has been phenomenal. It has been absolute fire. But I want to highlight a little bit more on PE Sports, because yesterday was a record-breaking day for them as well. Because prior to them playing alongside AGL yesterday and showing us their tremendous performance, the highest number of points was 108 points, picked up by Twisted Minds, or Pharaoh, as they used to be known at the start of this particular competition. And that was the record, right? PE Sports got 110 yesterday. They broke the highest record, but of course, they were outshined by AGL, who picked up 117. Yesterday was a phenomenal day because PE Sports also had a 83% top 3 rate. That
Yep.
is just wow, you know? And like you said, right, they were prevented from getting the booyah multiple times. They got the second spot 3 times. They got the third spot 1 time. They got so close to the prize. But of course, maybe today is going to be a little bit of a different story. Purgatory, Alpine, Bermuda, Solara, Kalahari, Nextera. This is going to be the lineup of maps that we've got on our side. And of course, Purgatory, I'm hoping this is the place where EVOS wakes up because they are the best performing team on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 101 in the point, and that was something that we were expecting as well from the final match from yesterday. But unfortunately, it didn't show up. They were eliminated, only 9 points in total they grabbed from yesterday's game, and there's something off from these teams' performance, but not from RRQ, I would say, in general. Because RRQ, they brought in so much fire in the beginning of that of yesterday's game. That was 31 points when they grabbed the booyah, and then it tapers, well, not really tapers down. It crashed down until they tried to recover, but AJAL, PE Sports, and other teams managed to overtake them. But the team's performance right now, I mean, 30 plus points for those who are present, or averaging 30 elimination for those who are present in the team. I mean, we are really seeing the potential of RRQ right now.
Yeah, I like the team performance highlight, but I dislike the fact that we are only pulling out stats from the knockout stage. Because if we pull out the stats from the very start of FFWS SEA fall, those are not the numbers, bro. We don't see 30s there. I mean, Dudes has already crossed the 100 eliminations already. He's at 101 elimination right now. RRQ is a prime squad at this point of time. When it comes to the engagements, they are nasty with their capabilities out there with those guns, right? So I would love to see a little bit of that aggression today because, like we said, they didn't really show up strong yesterday. Only on the first day of the knockout stage here in Phase 2 did they kind of show a little bit of vigor. But, you know, we haven't really seen that hustle from them. So maybe today they will be racing for that #1 spot as we kick things off at Purgatory. Once again, the top team here is EVOS, followed by Virtus.pro as well as RRQ. The other teams that you can perhaps look out for here is WAG and Buriram. So these 5 teams all capable of walking away with a booyah on Purgatory.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of Virtus.pro, they started off most of the time, especially if Todak is involved, just below Moat House. That was usually their drop spot in Moat House specifically, but now Onyx Olympus, the new introduction to this Phase 2 of knockout stage, is just starting it hot, going in for the battle against Team Flash right now. Though we saw knockdown, but no confirmation is happening, and this is something that really excites me for this team. They are hungry. They've seen the gameplay from previous day, and they're just waiting for this chance. The only thing that I'm asking for is they don't go all in too much, because they might be taken down, because Team Flash, I think they are just waiting for them to step in.
Yeah, and Bigatron by Vitality right behind, hearing all of these gunshots. And dude, that is no way to introduce Onyx. They are the reigning defending champions of FFWS SEA. They showed up at Spring, they took the champion rush condition, and they absolutely blitzed the other squads that, first of all, qualified faster than them in the knockout stage, and second of all, activated the champion rush condition faster than them. Onyx literally stole the competition. This is the kind of underdog that you do not sleep on. If you do, it'll probably steal your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Let's see now whose meal will be stolen right now. But speaking of meal, it seems like RRQ is taking meals on LBT. And I'm not talking about a BLT. No bacon, lettuce, tomato here. It is a first blood being taken by Ma'al.
It's unfortunate that he pulled out his glue wall, blocked the entrance, and then tried to rebel rush into it. that obviously didn't really work out well for him, but he was outnumbered either way. So PE loses one, and pulling him back in here is not going to be tough. But Hans, with a sharp shot from across the battlefield, AC-80 to Wasana, straight in the chest, forcing Buriram to back away from Marble Works.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Brim United, most of the time they try to get away from early engagement because they want to loot up. But going back, this is what we were waiting for earlier. Onyx Olympus has already fled the building, and Team Flash is now dealing with Bigatron by Vitality. But Young with a cord takes down that glue wall, and the follow-up from the Farapal from Koja brings him down. Now, Dix, I know he has information, but the glue wall stops him. Another one on the other side. Time Turner has been used, but Death will not be dealing with them just yet because two players from BTR just rushed in.
Oh, beautiful backup coming on through here. And of course, the Time Turner pulled out in the nick of time just to protect the Bigatron players. They did take a little bit of damage, but this is Team Flashes having to go up against two Indonesian squads back-to-back. Onyx didn't really put up a strong fight. They just teased them and then walked away with one elimination in hand. And Flash hasn't really been able to get out of here, so not much loot on them, not much coins on them as well. So being taken down here is going to be absolutely deadly. This could just be the end for Team Flash.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, two has been taken down, Shin and ABCD, but they are still on the board. And the Zom would be put on the hit list right now. So his information would be on the board, on the map, on the side of BTR. But going back to RRQ earlier, we've seen them try, or went in for a fight against PE Sports LBT, but they didn't see the rest of the teams. But now they will be dealing with Heavy. And let's see though if position would be good for them. Mufasa already waiting for them as well as Don't Cry, ganging up against Abe if in case he rush in, and he has a potential to go for that rush because he does have the Valiant Dash, but Dutz, the Grenader, and managed to go for the knock, and the finisher will be done, but instantaneously Mufasa will be brought back in.
Yeah, a wild Riptide Rhythm from Ma'al from afar as well, not really doing much damage or exposing the Heavy players. A little premature, and he used up both charges of his Riptide Rhythm. My goodness me, pulling out the Wukong in a situation like this, gets away, and the bait and switch, calling in 18 Deer with the Drogon to get the knockdown as well. Heavy in a lot of trouble. Kabi now turns his back due to the M590, pulls up a good solid glue wall, but from the back gets turned on by Don't Cry, who showed up in the M590. Save is on the way. Abe, Bison in hand. Going in for the pickup onto 18 Deer. Ma'al with the flank around as well, making sure RRQ doesn't get shut down.
Yeah, they're not shut down. No one is left to go down just yet, but they do have 6 eliminations already. And Kabi really made a difference, especially from yesterday's performance. AC-80 in his hands, even up close and personal, he can pull it off. Just 2 shots and you're down. And we've seen so much of AC-80 gameplay from yesterday and even from previous weeks. So we've seen more of that right now. Even for those who are expected to be a rusher is wearing this weapon. And Evo's Divine right now, a team that we are expected to be number 1 in this map. Let's see if they can live up to that name.
And it wasn't even LBT, it was Nolan from afar. Now Ray trying to get a little bit of revenge here. Nero has got the MP5, pulls out the Time Turner as well. A little bit of a pixel peep outside the Time Turner. But it'll be the FGL of all things that finds the connection through the wall of the Time Turner. A little cheeky knockdown coming through from Ray. Nolan now under a lot of pressure. High ground advantage by the EVOS players. But on the opposite side of the battlefield, WAG finding the Malaysian squad of Toda. Riptide Rhythm going wide, but PLS1 still finds the connection with the VSK. Trap shows up. PLS1 doesn't take advantage, but T Kui says no problem, bro. And hasta la vista, they say to Toda.
Yeah, Todak will be eliminated first team, and what an air ball for that Riptide Rhythm. Not quite sure where
all
he's
Riptide
aiming right
Rhythm
now.
so far have been airballs, bro. First Ma'al and then him.
And it's not something that we expect. I mean, not quite sure what happened right now with the teams, but I guess it's more of how the battle is going on. That accuracy is a little bit off. But GLW Akoy managed to take down Mufasa, and we've seen how Heavy has been struggling. Only 1 remains for the team, and they could be the next team to be eliminated. But for Lauho, trying to survive, trying to revive 2 of the players, but Putra would say no, and Lauho will be eliminated. But they still have 1 player for PE Sports.
Okay, all right. So, pace is hot as ever. Just 1 squad eliminated from this equation. No Iris in the hands of Ma'al. No M82B. Has to deal with the BSK. Dian pulls out the Time Turner and is able to back away, but of course, not go in for much of a play on that vending machine. as the RGS50, though, needs a little bit of cut down on the range or the space between him and the RRQ players to do a little bit of damage with the lethal.
Hell, let's see though. I mean, so far, GOW has managed to get away from shots of RRQ. Yeah, a little bit of HP being deducted, but they can recover, especially with that Cassie being connected, but I spoke too soon. Maal just needed that opportunity, and the glue wall was denied or delayed, but that moment, he was revived, and the rest of GOW is now flying away. No shots landing for a Bay, and GOW would be in a safe spot.
That's a smooth escape. First of all, GOW dropping the ball big time, but not laying out the glue wall on rotation. I mean, obviously, clear line of sight. RRQ is going to find the connection on the shot. But what's impressive is the speed of recovery. Obviously, had a T-Val on them, so the pickup was, instantaneous, and they were out of there. But very good flank around coming through from Abe as well, putting out the jump pad, trying to flank around the right-hand side, but unfortunately, no shots connecting with that SVD. GOW manages to get away for the time being.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for everyone that we're seeing in the launch pad, most of the time, they're going in one specific direction. In good sight of a sniper, or in regardless of if it's up or down, they will be a target. But the angle that GOW did was just perfect for that situation. But let's see though, if WAG has a perfect plan right now against BTR, it seems like PLS1 would be taking for a knockdown, and another one with a split. Only Kyong remains as well as Dix, but a healing gun will be used. Would it be in time? And they're still up though.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play. Once again, the Thiva saving the squad of Bigatron. The pickup was instantaneous, but EVOS as well as WAG will meet up and gang up on the squad, eliminating them. But now it's a full-on battle between the Vietnamese and Indonesian teams. The glue wall melters all laid out already. EVOS very quickly sidestepping that X-Ball, finding a decent connection with the M590. But now it's Van Mo up against Aim God. Can he find the early connection? Chooses not to aggress on forward, and the rest of the EVOS players catch up.
Let's see though, Ray and T-Quig managed to fell down from the shot from either side. And GOW is just waiting on one side as well. They might be able to take advantage, but Aim God says no. He's still on fire and half HP. It's a 1v1 situation between EVOS and WAG. And PLS1 nonetheless survive as well as can pick up the rest of the team.
I mean, bro, he played that glue wall to the T. Obviously, he was going to get peeked around the glue wall. He just waited, and quick fingers, AWM finding the connection, puts the final nail on the coffin, and EVOS is out on the map they usually dominate. What a play from WAG.
Definitely, WAG has been performing quite well from the previous days, and it's just a consistency that they need. And if they show us most of that gameplay, definitely they will be the #1 by end of the day. But let's see though, there's a lot of teams that are still hungry. But speaking of hungry, Onyx Olympus is hungry for coins because they need to revive 3 of their teammates, and only 1 remains.
Tikui, PLS1 must-watch players out of the Vietnamese scene. My God, these boys are phenomenal and so young on top of everything else. They have just got a very bright future ahead of them in the world of Free Fire. But looking at the world of Free Fire now, slowly closing in on this purgatory map onto the other squads, Virtus Pro making their way in. I mean, EVOS has been eliminated. Virtus Pro is the second best squad on Purgatory here now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the position that they're taking, there's still a risk, but they're slowing it down. If they will be backstabbed or shot from the back by PE Sports, definitely they have more advantage. But no, PE Sports will not be going that pace. And it's PE Sports going against Team Flash. And it is Virtus Pro who can take advantage of that skirmish right now because a third party is bound to happen. But another battle is also happening between RQ, GOW, and Heavy as well. It seems like a lot of engagement, but no takedown just yet for a specific team.
I mean, dude, the split blitz finding the connection on the split earlier by WAG. That's what we live for, Neptune, okay? That was just too beautiful. But now PE Sports getting pounded on by 2 squads, Virtus Pro as well as Team Flash. And it looks like it might just be over, but now RRQ turns onto Flash, and Flash is the first one to get eliminated. How insane is the connection from all of these teams? Because it's just open grounds out there. It's just the glue walls between squads and a little bit of terrain advantage. GOW on the left-hand side, and now GOW as well as RRQ pounding on the boys of Heavy. Glue walls all broken down. RRQ rips away the points, and a Riptide Rhythm! Breaking down their defense as the end goes down. Hans rushing straight into the RRQ players. He gets shut down, and RRQ bags 2 squads in a row.
And no one has fallen from RRQ, and that is something else for this team. They are more hungrier as we look at it, and even Team Flash is not in that view from that specific area. So quite surprising that RRQ prioritized on them first. But for PE Sports, only LBT remains, and Virtus Pro says goodbye to them. But speaking of Virtus Pro, they're getting close on this battle between Onyx and WAG. So let's see though who goes down first. G'day has been taken out, so Onyx is out. VP with shots as well as Nade, and Waranya will be eliminated. Only 2 remains from Virtus Pro, and WAG, similar to what we've seen from RRQ, is dominating this side of the map.
This is insane, man. RRQ up against Virtus Pro, but Buriram now trying to get involved in this fight as well. Taking a couple of cheap shots up against Dudes, but most of them just not finding the connection. Good glue wall play coming through from the Indonesian squad. And we've got 2 representatives out of Thailand here. RRQ as well as Virtus Pro. They have to be careful because obviously Buriram's going to be making this cross in towards that circle right after this. WAG in the perfect spot to pound on these players out of Virtus Pro. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses. Just the shots not finding the perfect connection, but as I say that, T-Kui finds the connection onto Diamond, and X-Ball assists him as well. And the 2 long-range marksmen out of WAG get Virtus Pro out of the lobby.
WAG 10 plus points right now, comparing them to Buriram United, who only have an opportunity to get 8 more points from from the 2 teams that they are facing right now. The first would be RRQ, but the moment that they engage WAG, you know how cheeky they are.
Yeah.
They will be joining that fight. And there goes a Riptide Rhythm, but not so much of damage will be done. WAG is going in for a long flank, but not in view of what's happening right now between BRU and RRQ. And there you go. Ma'al has been taken down. It is stolen by WAG, and only 2 remains for RRQ. 18 Deers out. Only Captain Toots remains for the Indonesian team.
Moshi with the Riptide Rhythm Masterclass. That's how you get it done, Ma'al. But a beauty of a Riptide Rhythm from Ma'al earlier on as well. A premature one that stopped Buriram from taking a straightforward attack. They had to circle around and erect a couple of extra glue walls around. But Moshi kind of pacing out his Riptide Rhythm, kept the squad alive, and made sure that was the killer blow dealt to RRQ. But WAG has got more help than Buriram, and Buriram needs to get off the bridge. I think the Vietnamese squad has got something on their side here now.
Oh, definitely. I mean, despite of them getting wet, swimming across that river, they still have a good shot, and even Vambo managed to hit it against Jonah. Now, only 3 remains from both sides. Maybe that's 2 from Buriram United. Moshi and Jonah is up, and Get High is still recovering. So, there we have it. It seems like Buriram United will receive a lot more of damage from the blue zone instead of WAG, and WAG grabs the first booyah.
In the circle, help WAG out, and Buriram just made the wrong choice by taking that high ground. Usually the bridge does give you a fantastic vantage point, but it was not a great advantage up against WAG, who saw the threat coming, because where they were was pretty perfect. They wanted to use the bridge as the cover, and they tried to stay as low as possible and as close as possible to right below the players of Buriram, which means Buriram could not aim for them at all. And then Wanbo took that left-hand side flank, found a little bit of a spot where he could aim towards the top, got the tags onto the Buriram players, and allowed the blue to pretty much get the job done for them right after. A phenomenal opener here on week 4, day 2, where WAG rips away Booyah number 1.
And definitely, I mean, I was surprised as well as the rotation for WAG because I was expecting them to go for the right side, like cross the bridge or under the bridge initially because they know that RRQ is fighting against Korea United. So that is a chance for them to go for the backstab. But no, they just waited on the other side, wait for those Riptide rhythms to be thrown against RRQ. Even stole a couple, if not 1 point away from Korea United.
Yes.
And that final moment, well, it's absolute cinema. Even Korea United couldn't predict that it would happen for them. No launch pad that they can use to probably take a lead on the other side. And even that bridge has a lot of a cover that would not work for their tactics at that moment. So WAG has grabbed that booyah. Just unfortunate for Korea United, they even started a little bit too low on elimination points. So it's only the placement that they are taking right now even more.
Yeah, I hope we get to see this on the highlights in a little bit because there was a point of time where Buriram knew that they cannot stay where they were going to be and they had to take the position of RRQ. They started to rush straight towards them. And this was just foresight out of Ma'al. You know, he made the mistake at the start of the game with his Riptide rhythm, but that was no mistake. He knew the rush was coming through from the players on the side of Buriram. Before even seeing the players, he shot one Riptide rhythm. That was not an accident. He put it in advance so that none of the Buriram players can erect a good glue wall to protect themselves. But of course, the second connection just wasn't there. And that was not the fault of RRQ because RRQ were going to go in for a full-on fight with Buriram and then WAG started to get involved. And another Riptide rhythm came from the side of Xbor out of WAG and that was the deal breaker. RRQ fell right there and then. If it wasn't for WAG getting involved, Buriram would have taken the spot of RRQ and rotated into a better position to play that circle. Unfortunately, that was not the case. They had to take the bridge, and the bridge just wasn't their friend today.
I mean, most of the time when we talk about bridge camp, they are the ones in an advantage. But BRU was at a disadvantage from that bridge camp. But we are looking at the highlights right now, and we've seen great strides being done, especially from RRQ. But what surprised me is even against GOW, there's a lot of shots that they made, and like most of those shots are only being done on a knockout in the final moment. Thus, GOW managed to get away. So those failure, those small mistakes, it really are costing the team to lose out on this fight. But for WAG, they really made great decisions. From the beginning towards the end, they didn't lose so much of their teammates, and they managed to grab that booyah with X4 and MVP with 4 elimination, 24-13 in damage, and 5 in knockdown. With that time turner of the Chrono, Olivia, Tiva, as well as Alvaro. This, again, we talked about this. This guy is mostly the whole package when it comes to skills.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got the Olivia and you've got the Tiva. That's a instant pickup, and you've got the healing touch out of Olivia that just helps you with that pickup. And obviously, the Tiva is going to help your team members who get picked up recover instantaneously, right? So WAG just playing that, obviously just knowing their way around the battlefield and understanding that in FFWS SEA, if you get knocked, you're probably going to get eliminated. Running this core passive setup out of Xbor, of all people, is going to have them in a really good spot. And they don't run a single Tiva, they run a double Tiva, which means survivability and recovery is very high on the list of priorities for WAG, which is a good reason why they survived so deep into that circle, although they were getting attacked multiple times in the lobby before they got into that final circle. So great survival here coming through for the squad, running through a double fort as well on Tikui and Vanvo. This is a little interesting, right? Because usually we see the rushes running this fort, Vanvo as the marksman of the squad running it as well, understanding that with the AC80 play, he sometimes needs to put himself in a little bit of a exposed area out there on the battlefield. With the recovery on that fort, obviously this team is running one of the best active passive skill setup at this point of time, and we open up the day with a smasher of a number pulled here by WAG. 19 eliminations, 12 placements for a total of 31 solid points.
Yeah, the team that follows them is RRQ. Despite of them losing out early from that 3-team engagement, they still put in a 15 on the elimination. Thus, 23 points has been gathered, and Korea United a little bit low compared to Virtus Pro. And we did point out that without Evo's Divine, Virtus Pro would follow as the best team in that map. And they're still up there in the top 3 for this game. So there's still a chance for the Thailand right here from the name of Virtus Pro as well as Brim United. But there's still that question of if Brim United sticks with that passive gameplay from the 1st to the 15 or 10 to 15 minute mark, will this happen often? Because they're only farming placement point, not so much an elimination.
I think WAG just showed us something beautiful out of their active passive skills lineup. Sometimes defense is the best offense as well. Especially if in the current meta you've got a gun like the AC-80 as well as the M590, both super meta, both capable of very high damage. You don't really need to bring in the active and passives to add on further to the damage because the guns can do it on their own. And on top of that, you've got the Alvaro, the Awakened Alvaro of all things. You've got extra damage out of the lethals. You bring in your Beast in, you've got great lethal damage, you've got great shotgun damage, you've got great marksman damage. So therefore you focus on your recovery as well as your defense. And I think WAG has got something cracked here, right? I think it's testament to the number of points they've pulled away here as well. But we do see some other squads still running a very aggressive build, but there seems to be not a lot of aggression out of them out there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we often see for teams, especially if they are showing up in their standard builds, if you use your active and passive skill in a specific way, it shows your role. But for WAG, you did mention, and we did point it out earlier when they were shown the Booyah, that it's a mix of like either sniper or rusher or a support in one player. And either way, if one goes down, there's still some part of coverage in some of those roles. And that is what WAG is using. And I think the team that really made that happen in the beginning, when no one was thinking of that, was those from Indonesia. And RRQ is one of those teams. So I love that this combination of active and passive skills are being used differently compared to when we saw them even before the unique active skill has been introduced. Because again, your persona is already understood once you see what skills you are wearing.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And you have to find what's your comfort pick out there. You have to find what suits the playstyle of your squad. And WAG is capable of aggression, but this is where you see the maturity out of the squad. This is where you see, great leadership from the squad as well as great analysis from their analyst and coach, identifying what should be the backup of the players, right? Because obviously they are a team capable of that aggression, so you have to bring in the passive skills to back up your weaknesses. And I think they've done that very, very well on this Purgatory map, and they have been getting this formula sort of perfected over time at FFWS SEA Fall. Now we head on into Alpine. We want to see who wakes up here. Usually, Buriram dominates Alpine. PE Sports shows up very well here as well. GOW surprisingly is one of the better performing squads here on Alpine. I'm looking forward to them. But of course, earlier we expected PE Sports to perform fairly well. They crashed and burnt, man. I mean, just 7 points, 2 eliminations. It's too little for PE.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's too little for them. Comparing them from yesterday, but now we have another LBS or live broadcast challenge right now. Highest total placement point. So, if I'm not mistaken, this is similar from what we've seen yesterday, and this is still a race for the team. It's not just to help them be on that #1 spot, because it's still for them to show a little bit of dominance despite of not really being that #1 spot. Because yesterday, we've seen PE Sports win that challenge.
Oh yeah.
And the team that they chose to punish was AGAL. So PE Sports says, okay, we might not get the #1 spot, but we will make you work for that.
I mean, that was just absolutely funny. LBT walking in here with 40 elimination points here overall at the knockout stage. Very impressive. 29, 29, 28, which is very, very beautiful to see overall from PE Sports. You see the balance in the squad. You don't see anybody being heavy carried. Even the support player is putting in the damage, is putting in the eliminations and bringing points towards the side of PE Sports. And I think that's one of the beautiful points about this Vietnamese squad.
definitely. And that's also why they are showing up great performance over previous days. But we want to see consistency. Like every time we talk about teams, and I think it has been happening for the past 2-3 years already. We talk about consistency, but some teams stick to it, consistently losing all those battles. So, good consistency. It was being asked from the team right now, but I guess there's no waiting. We are getting into the next map, and a chill map indeed. That would be Alpine. Would it be Brave United who will be topping the board right now? Because in terms of overall, without any Booyah, they've managed to get a lot of points. So this might be a chance for them to break out or break away from the rut that they are in right now and probably take the #1 spot.
Yeah, and Buriram's the first one out of the flight. And straight into Snowfall, not splitting up. This is a very dangerous drop here by Buriram. They're sticking together. They are getting serious about their gameplay. And of course, RRU is going to be dropping a little bit further down the map here of this flight path. A little slow to the loot, but I'm very sure they want to be playing the edges of the circles straight in towards the very final zone a little bit later on. And spotting out the area of Snowfall here for Buriram, nobody close enough to them, and there's a lot of loot around here. So these boys get to pick up as much as they want. Onyx up against PE Sports. This is where I get a tad bit nervous. LBT a little bit late to the gun. Gade has got the double vectors, but the Rebel Rush out of trouble. And LBT shows up with a double revolver of all guns. And Nero drops Putra, but Crime finds LBT. The 2v1 takes LBT out of the equation.
Yeah, and well, PE Sports receiving a lot of damage, but now only Adam remains, and he managed to pull away
GG.
without even giving, like turning his head onto his teammate. So 3 players from PE Sports, almost being taken down earlier, is now up with 3 elimination, and they will be taking over Stadium, pushing Onyx Olympus away. Now for Brave United, from Snowfall, quickly they went into Garrison because they know specifically that Todak is in here, and most of the time they wait for perfect opportunity or a ladder part before they get for engage, but there's a chance that they can take advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I really like the rotation point coming through from the side of Buriram here. And Snowfall does have decent loot, but not enough to suit the hunger of the Buriram players. And quickly circling on in towards Garrison. And on top of that, finding a bonus of 4 players to take down. That means bonus coins and bonus loot off of them. And to make things easier, it's a Malaysian squad, right? So Toda's getting cooked right now. So a little bit of barbecue fish for Buriram. But Heavy showing up out of nowhere. Mufasa finding the knock onto Wasana, turning into an elimination as well. Now, this is something Buriram did not expect.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess we've seen a glimpse of that from yesterday as well. Only 1 remaining from Heavy, and it was just confusing the rest of Brave United, but it is not working right now because they are focused on taking down Todak, and it seems like Wasana, despite of going down, will be revived, and by the time that he lands, Heavy would also be in the area. So Todak will need to either get away or deal with both teams if they run late. But for Moshi, this is the insurance policy for them. They don't want to deal with the teams right now, and I guess even Wasana will be dropping away from this area so that they won't have to deal with third party. And you know how it is for Brave United. Early game, that's where they often lose.
Yeah, let's get ready for the fourth party here because Virtus Pro just showed up on the mini-map. And Buriram obviously in a lot of trouble. Jonah getting his glue wall broken down. Toda now in the driver's seat of torturing Buriram. But they have to be careful. Heavy is in shooting distance. And they are wrapping around very quickly. And it is Heavy versus Toda. And Virtus Pro dude, the Malaysian squad just not catching a break here at all.
Hell, let's see though. I mean, Faiz has been revived. He has a chance to pull away from everything that's happening, and even Traps is already away from the area. So Todak would be alive, and well, hopefully we can look back on Virtus Pro and Heavy right now. And there we have it. We have Don't Cry being taken down, not by Virtus Pro, but by Jonah. But the response would be Alan taking him down with the M590. Virtus Pro trying to take pot shots against them, and even from the high ground, they are not doing any headway or giving any headway in terms of points, missing out on those knockdowns as well as confirmation of elimination that might cost them later on.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Buriram very smoothly got away from danger. Jonah initially just sacrificing himself, hitting those revives, and the rest of the players just regrouping just outside of Garrison. Now Virtus Pro moving on in. Heavy chooses to back away, not taking this fight after losing a couple of players. He was up against Pegatron on the other hand. Obviously, he's going to be GG shortly for Koja, just being surrounded by so many of the EVOS players. He actually tries to take a knock. Will find a shot straight to his back instead, and Kochil finds the plasma straight to the head. Koja, the final player of Pegatron, served up hot here as they get eliminated in 11.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because very close to that vending machine, and Evo's just wrapped around him without letting him move an inch. But back to Virtus Pro right now. From Snowfall, they're still going into the edge, so making sure that they have good coverage as well as where Todak is, and with that binocular, they will be able to spot a 1. And I believe they also have information on some of the players, especially with the hit list already up, but I think Virtus Pro would rather head and utilize everything else, like the assault bunker that we have right here, to go more on the weaponry. But now they have spotted Cabby, and the hunt is on against Heavy right now.
In the chat, Lucky asked, why does Buriram like to drop in Snowfall? I think it's because if they accidentally slip, they can just say that the floor was slippery. There's too much snow all around. It's a good excuse, bro. It wasn't us, bro. It was just Mother Nature. Virtus Pro still on the hunt. Kabi, Mag 7, and of course 3 players out of Virtus Pro. Finding him, Don't Cry quickly pulls him back in. And Heavy is in a full squad once again. 7 eliminations on the side of Heavy, so obviously they've got the coins to buy their players back in here. Not a lot of punishment dealt towards Heavy just yet. They did manage to evacuate that situation quickly, and they split up, which means they didn't lose a lot of their initial loot.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what we keep seeing earlier from WAG, now from Heavy. And this time, I think PE Sports will try to do the same thing. I'm getting away from engagement, splitting up, and prioritizing on coming back later with a full squad, if in case they lose one. But PE Sports right now, pulling away from potential engagement against GOW, and it seems like they won't be able to do that because Deanne managed to go for knockdown. Confirmation will not be done though, and LBT will back up, and Nolan along flank seeing Demon, but doesn't have an angle to take, so PE Sports buying this time might not work for them because GOW, from what we've seen, are much more hungrier, and PE Sports have lost a few of those resources. Riptide ridden from the other side, clears up the way for GOW, but PE Sports is still safe.
I have no idea exactly who that was, but it seems like it could be the end for Heavy here as Virtus Pro finds them in the outskirts. PE Sports up against GOW. That's it. Virtus Pro getting rid of Team Heavy. But the civil war between GOW and PE Sports seems to end in a little bit of a truce. Both sides taking heavy damage. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of PE, but they quickly avoided disaster by backing away. But it looks like GOW wants to go in here for the hunt. They have to be careful now because PE, they've got a great vantage point and perfect defensive spot. They could turn the tables on GOW.
Yeah, I mean, they have to deal with that quickly because in a bit, a few of the teams might see or hear those gunfight and might be swarming them later on. But for Buriram United, despite of them going in for a fourth party earlier or third party earlier, didn't get any points. And, well, I guess they have to wait and go and still play for that early passive gameplay until the 10th to the 15-minute mark. But PE Sports right now has sights on GOW. LBT up close and personal with that Mag 7 will not be able to go for the push because of time turner. And there goes the Valiant Dash, but still no takedown.
I have no idea exactly how that Valiant Dash did not meet the player, but it was a great circle around the corner by GOW, pulling up the time turner. So LBT pulls away 0 damage. Nolan gets knocked down onto the ground instead, and now it's PE Sports that's being outnumbered by GOW. Demon finding Nero in the M590. Perfect connection. Hans got the charge buster, and LBT only has a Mag 7. It's the wrong gun for the current meta, but GOW can't find their victim just yet.
Oh yeah, let's see though. I mean, once
Oh,
that
they are going
quota, if
towards
they
the
have a
vending
quota, they would be able to do so. Yeah, they
Wait.
are guarding the vending machine, making sure. But on the other side, Burns Pro receiving damage from RRQ, and we switch to that. And yeah, well, we were here in time to see Burns Pro being eliminated, but not in time to see the battle unfold. But for Evo's Divine, we're still early in the gunfight, and Todak is receiving a lot of damage. But one of the players from Todak managed to fly away from the Tigers, from the White Tigers, and Evos will end up with 8 elimination.
Looks like tigers like eating fish as well, man. I mean, PE
You know how it
Sports.
is. They're still cats, though.
Wait, how did PE Sports pull this off? Production. We needed to see that revive because it was a very smart play from GOW. Immediately noticing that they have eliminated those players, they expected a vending machine play to come in play. They quickly rotated around and just blind shot that vending machine. Obviously found no PE Sports player there. But then what happened? Because all of a sudden, PE Sports is back in the game with a full squad. And Toda on that recovery game as well. Now yet another civil war with the Vietnamese players. WAG up against Team Flash this time.
Hello, Cito, WAG, who did grab a booyah. Hopefully the curse doesn't continue with them. Team Flash would be on 2 on the side and Shin on the other with the M79. And there goes Death from afar away. Managed to go in for taking ST Kui. And there's no pickup, and 1v1 continues. Vanvo right now trying to find an angle against either ABCD and managed to do so. Only 1 remains for 2 remains though, for WAG right now, and a quick pickup will be done with a glue wall with that Riptide Rhythm has been taken away, but X4 managed to survive and might be able to take down Shin.
I mean, that was a great cover by Vanvo from across. Zom managed to get knocked down. Vanvo now buys in, going in for the CQC. Shin's really low. Tossed out a wild grenade. RRQ in the back, shutting down the boys of Toda once again. But the recovery from WAG, turning the tables on Team Flash and snuffing them out. And you gotta credit Vanvo for that one elimination, that one knockdown that he got that really turned the tables onto Team Flash themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash knocked on the door, but WAG kicked the door against them, and they were eliminated at that point. Now,
hello, can I come in? No! GG.
Most of the, yeah, they didn't play the FBI game at that point. Most of the time, like they're the one kicking the door.
They reversed the script instantaneously. No, you shall not enter my house. GG, and PE Sports gets eliminated. The Circle doing a number on them as well. They could not make their way in. An unfortunate start here for that Vietnamese squad, but of course we've got a different representative in the version of WAG. Making the right decisions, but Traps literally broke his ankle and his head, gave up his life. Unfortunate. This is not Kalahari. You don't have your hook cut.
Well, he did live up to his name, though. He was trapped there in the tower, and and that's one thing. You know how naming convention is really crucial in terms like setting your persona, and that's what he did right now.
No, I think he meant to trap other players, but you know that just worked out badly for the guy. Buriram up against COW. What a valiant dash by Demon, but he literally just gets knocked down in a 2v1. Deanne right behind Get High, pulls out the time turner, misses, runs away. Wasana punishes him for that mistake, but now Deanne slowly crawling towards Hans. Hans looking for the pickup, but Get High just pressuring him to play the game of recovery instead. Deanne back up on his feet. They turn the tables onto Wasana. Deanne knocks him right back down once again right after he gets picked up. But the instantaneous recovery from Buriram as well is one that we can definitely salute. But GOW holding their own. Captain Jonah on the backlines alongside Wasana. I have no idea how Wasana not only survived that, but pulled the squad right back into the game. And now they are on the opposite side of all the chaos that's about to break down.
It's a good thing no one from inside of GOW has a Raphael when he had with the Wasana. Otherwise, he will just be bleeding out, and he managed to survive that. But it was a miss on that. I think it was a valiant dash that Jonah did use as an active skill card, and it just went through GOW. That could have been the game changer for GOW to win that fight, because they have to go for a reset in terms of skill. But well, we know how Buriram United is. If they are hungry, they're going to eat, and they eat up GOW at that point. But for Evo Divine, they have been feeding through this game, and now they're receiving damage against
GG.
RRQ, who wants to get this booyah even more.
Yeah, beautiful play by RRQ. This time, Ma'al clearly learned from Moshi earlier. He used his Riptide Rhythm well. The timing was perfect. And of course, they exposed the players of EVOS right outside and shut them down. But now Get High, finding a long-range connection, taking Ma'al out of the equation. No more Riptide Rhythm for the side of RRQ. And they get their defenses broken down this time by Moshi. And Buriram taking the shots up against them. WAG throwing in their own chips onto the table as well. Calling a big play here up against RRQ. 18 Dia in a 1v2. Vanwo could not find the connection. Dudes finds the wild nade onto X-Boy instead. And WAG all of a sudden cannot win this fight because Buriram is in the house and they want to play as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are tearing down all the barricades. It's being put up by both WAG and RRQ right now. Vanvo, despite surviving, will be taken out, and WAG's out, but we still have a straggler on one side. If Dudes manage to go for a takedown against Wasana, it might be a 1v1 against Jonah, but the pickup can be done on Get High, and this is a 1v3, but Fai's already done the deed. Second place in this game, but Buriram United says, we want this booyah. In spite of being late in the party and getting all those eliminations, they do get it, and Buriram United is back.
Yeah, that was a dirty play by Faiz. He's like, I will let the zone do the taking of my life. Buriram does not get to claim the extra elimination point, but what they did claim was a massive booyah on a map they dominate on. Alpine belongs to Buriram. This is the comeback. Two back-to-back games now where they have performed very well. It was not a massive game in the previous round. They got to the final circle. They were team number 2 when it comes to placements, but only 3 eliminations. This time round, we did see a few extra eliminations coming through from the squad. But what I really liked was that engagement between them as well as the Vietnamese squad earlier on. The recovery, the pickup onto Wasana multiple times was pretty instantaneous. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Tiva on their lineup of passive skills as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tiva probably being used by Get High, but Get High was not in that mix, if I'm not mistaken, for the 3 teams remaining, or the 2 teams remaining, which is Jonah and Moshi. So I guess it might be Jonah, or there might be 2 of those teams, similar to what we've seen in WAG, because we've seen the potential of that being used, especially for Buriram United, who often strays away from the group. They go in either on 2-2 split, especially with Jonah in the lead and Wasana, or either Wasana and Get High in the front lines, and you would need great support if in case Moshi would be knocked down, who's a little bit far from the rest of the team.
And this is what the homework has been able to do for Buriram, right? Because they have been making huge changes to their gameplay style. We used to see them kind of trickle in from the outer edges of the circle towards the final circle, and they used to play things very slow. But in this season, we saw them heading in towards the center of the zone very early on, and one of their weakest points was they were getting pummeled by team after team after team. They could not recover. And now they are pulling in a few different plays when it comes to the passive skills on the lineup. So I think they've managed to find the adjustment on their play style by playing an aggressive circle, but still being able to recover when they need to pull their squad back in here. And I think that was a testament, because, I mean, Wasana was saying, help me, multiple times out there. He got helped, okay? If there was a record for the number of pickups, Buriram would have gotten it this time round, all thanks to Wasana. But obviously, he pulled his own weight out there as well. You know, slowly but surely, Wasana's finding his rhythm again.
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope so, because after the double nerf against him, like double nerf, like what, the Rebel Rush and then M590, that's the moment that he's getting a hang of it. He seems to slow down, but now getting in the groove, that is one important. But it's not just for Wasana, but it's also on how the rest of the team will be able to do so, because we've seen in the past our season where in the M590 has been introduced and it has been used plenty of times, but that reload reset or the delay in the reload has damaged the quickness in terms of elimination. But for now, let's talk about our MVP, the guy who can't be taken out that quickly, Wasana, with 4 elimination, 2,451 on the damage, as well as 5 knockdowns. Most of the time, he is that Tatsuya, and he is still using that with a Ford Joseph as well as that Shani.
Yeah, I think one of the core reasons why Wasana is really dangerous out there is because of his Joseph, right? Because you've got the disruptive effects coming through from many items, especially the deep freeze, the ice grenade, and that is technically supposed to slow you down. But Joseph reverses that. If you try to debuff him, he gets a 10% movement speed boost, and Wasana can literally wreck you with that speed boost. It's as if he's playing on fast forward, and you see his footwork out there. And overall, I think a majority of the Buriram players do like playing with a Joseph in there for that one reason, right? They are a very fast squad. It's like having a Tatsuya active all the time. 4 eliminations out of him, 2 eliminations out of Get High, who played the Cassie this time around as the backup player, has the Tiva, has got the Olivia on his side as well. And he's the only one running the Tiva and Olivia, which is very interesting because the backup that Wasana was getting on those pickups was pretty instantaneous. But when Wasana needed to return the favor, obviously there was a little bit of a lag because he was not the one running the Tiva, which is very interesting. We might see something different come through from Buriram. Maybe they want to play a little bit of WAG and run a double Tiva in the future, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope so, but it would be an expense of what probably Jonah is using right now, because, I mean, as a bomber, he would need that Alvaro, and you did mention about how Ford is very crucial in this gauge, and like in this battles. Thus, they have 3 on Wasana, Jonah, as well as Get High, and that gangster spirit is also being used quite often this time around. So I guess Antonio can be traded off with Tiva, but as we go into the game standing right now, it's very close between them, Buriram United and RRQ right now. But well, with that Booyah, it really helps them move up. But with 11 elimination by RRQ and Evo Zifine, they're still in the board.
Yeah, and I see the chat. You guys making fun of Moshi. Why is his damage so low? He just chose peace over war this time around, all right? He's a peace-loving man. He just chose. He just said that, okay, you know what? My team members are going to wake up this time around. I am not going to rage on, even my owl fell earlier. So let me not pull away too many points again. I'm going to give these teams a break. 34 points now, I'm slowly catching up because in the previous game, they didn't really get a lot. So this is a recovery play from them. RRQ and WAG still maintain their top flight run at the very top.
Yeah, for Moshi, I mean, he does look like Antonio, but his spirit is a little bit more in the positive spiritual state, not the gangster spirit. So that's why he chose to be passive. He chose peace.
By the way, great minds. I was thinking the exact same thing as well. The Antonio could be swapped out for a Tiva for a double recovery. But usually Jonah gets taken out first. I don't know if it's going to work out that, but it's okay. I mean, I love you, Jonah. Okay, so maybe it might work, right? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I understand why he wants the Antonio. Jonah needs the Antonio. He needs the extra bit of defense on him. But of course, all jokes aside, Vietnam is doing fairly well today in the form of WAG. They've woken up again. Fairly inconsistent. I don't like that, but if they're going to rate at the top, I am not going to complain.
Yeah, I mean, they can continue this on, but like looking at the numbers as well, earlier they have 31. This time they flipped the script, or they flipped the numbers. They had 13. So that's the inconsistency that we have for WAG. And I want it to be a streak, similar to what we've seen from AGAL. I mean, I'm still having, I don't know, a withdrawal from what we've seen, from what I've seen from yesterday, because like 3 games, which is dominant. And you did mention the stats overall, but one of the games, especially in Nextera, the first match, they might not miss at top 3, but they were 4th place with decent amount of elimination. So that's consistency that we are looking for, and even WAG is in the same path. So they had a Booyah earlier, but they placed 4th. They got 7 on the placement as well as 6 elimination, and as long as they don't go down to 10 points per each game, they can maintain that #1 spot.
Yeah. Good to see that the Indonesian players are in the studio again. They're not really playing from home, so I think we can expect to see much better performance out of these players, because I don't know, man. I don't know how's the internet connection back at home for these boys. At least in the studio, everything's going to be on a fair playing level. But, you know, EVOS, they woke up in that second game. The first game, they got knocked out fairly easy. This time, they had a little bit of recovery play, especially when it comes to the eliminations. And this is what we want to see out of EVOS. They walked away with 7 points in Game 1, but 17 points in Game 2. That's the kind of recovery that's needed out of EVOS if they want to. I don't know if they're looking for the qualified way, but if they want to make sure they can recover at least from yesterday, that's a good way to start things.
Yeah, exactly. And we went to that story earlier as well for EVOS. I mean, they can stay up until the final day of the knockout stage, and there's still a good chance that they will perform on grand finals. But would that performance lead to a champion this time around? Because I know for this year, Indonesia is in a row. Like from Onyx Olympus to EVOS Divine, RRQ might be the next contender to grab a champion just to complete the board. But there's just so much of things happening in terms of performance or growth of performance from regions like Vietnam as well, because I guess they're disappointed they missed out on one of the biggest scenes in terms of Free Fire, and now they want to show up. They want a spot not only in the grand finals but also the global finals for FFWS.
I mean, bro, let's just look at the state of things, right? I think you said something that's, you know, super on point, which is Indonesia is on the top of the Free Fire world right now. We have got Onyx, who was the FFWS SEA Spring Champions, and at EWC 2025 for Free Fire, the top 3 teams were all Indonesian squads in the grand finals. The Brazilians could not keep up with them. The Vietnamese squads, they never made it there, so the Thai squads could not keep the Thai squads could not keep up with them. I mean, Indonesia is just playing it on a whole other level. But at least they kind of ended on EWC. And I think, you know, when you win such a massive prize there, I guess you just want to chill. Maybe you want to give some space to the other teams to pull away something as well. I don't know. But this time, they haven't really been showing their fangs yet.
Probably they ate a lot because of the prize pool that they got, and then they are feeling sleepy right now. They just want to rest off the knockout stage before they really really warm up. That's something that we want to see. Let's see if Indonesia would pick or put a lot on the board when it comes to the grand finals, because we want as much as possible a great balance of all the regions in the grand final, so that we can see like an even amount of improvement as well as adjustment coming from teams. It's not just 1 or 2 regions dominating that grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are looking at the state of the squads out here, and it may seem like there's a lot of inconsistency, but we have to acknowledge this is Battle Royale. There's a fair bit of RNG involved, especially on the hot drops. You know, with how the circle kind of works and who you come across. We've seen, you know, third parties, fourth parties, you know, jumping into fights, just kind of ruining the chances of each other. A lot of luck is involved. A lot of manufacturing your own luck is involved in there as well. And on top of that, there's the distance between the squads have almost evaporated, Neptune. I think it's anybody's game out there. I mean, you look at yesterday, PE Sports doing so well. Today, PE Sports is, you know, not even in your top 6 just yet after the first 2 games. So that is, you know, pretty telling as to what we can continue to expect here.
Exactly, and that's one thing that boggles my mind right now. But before we go to what's in my mind, let's head over to the head-to-head. And this is a decent head-to-head between the 2 players. We have Maal on one side and LPT on the other for RRQ and PE Sports. 43-40 elimination, as well as the rescues. The rescues really make a difference in terms of fight, in terms of survivability, but it also shows that you are out in the open being taken down. So I would give this for RRQ, but for the damage itself, it's quite even as well. So we are seeing the rise of PE Sports that matches RRQ. Now, that we didn't expect from the past. But now, this is where all region, specifically Vietnam, is making that improvement. A lot of theories have been thrown. My theory is they're much hungrier. They don't want to disappoint their region once again. Thus, they're performing that well.
Yeah, I'm expecting a little bit of a comeback here from the Indonesian squads, no doubt. But it's going to take a little bit of time, for sure, right? EVOS, RRQ kind of jumping back into the fight is a pretty good testament to that happening out here. But of course, it could maybe be external factors that are being made internal. Maybe they drank a couple of extra Red Bull out there. By the way, Red Bull, zinc and vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with zinc, B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused, as well as sees every opportunity to achieve stylish booyahs out there to dominate their days here at FFWS SEA Fall. And thus far, I think the team that has been chugging it down is WAG.
Yeah. I mean, not only do they trust their teammates in one of the gameplay wherein the pickup has been instantaneous, they also trust their energy, and they have been picking up that energy from the beginning up until the end. And despite of losing the fight, I mean, not getting a booyah, and you did mention about inconsistency, there's still that energy to bring in the number so that they will not be taken out from the number one spot. But right now, we are going to the OG map, the green king grass of Bermuda, where everyone has an advantage, but let's see those going to grab that booyah.
As we head on into Bermuda, it's our OG map where RRQ has managed to find a pretty phenomenal dominance. You know, we used to say how Kalahari belongs to the Indonesians. I think we have to flip the script now. Bermuda belongs to the Indonesians. RRQ and EVOS, very deadly on this map, but they have to watch out for Buriram and WAG, who are not too shabby here as well.
Yeah, I mean, for teams like Buriram United, they're part of the top 5 or top 3 wherein they didn't get any booyah. It's more of the elimination as well as consistency in higher placement in this game. So let's see if that would happen. But for WAG, that's one thing that we've been asking so far. But they might meet up with Todak a little bit early. So it's a great start for them. But for the other teams right now, it's Team Flash and BTR who would be meeting up on Observatory. So let's watch or observe what's going to happen right now. It seems like Koja's nowhere to go out, and it is Team Flash who had early weaponry, but Vix says no, turning around with that M590 a little bit early.
Well, this is the RNG that we were talking about. DX, 26 HP left on him. He does have a medkit, but Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses. Coach Shield right behind. And Flash taking advantage of the RNG, just had the better guns, had the better position, and they kick Bigatron by Vitality out of the lobby early.
And one thing I would say, though, for Kyong is I think that communication in pulling out the glue wall, it might have saved them because there's an angle from the other side from one of the players of Team Flash, but they could have made that knockdown already and then pull up the glue wall, and that when they recover, then they can continue on. And with that mistake, they have removed themselves from this game early, and Team Flash win that fight. So let's see though if Team Flash can continue this role right now with Todak, who has been spotted and also in a hit list, might not be safe, so they need to find a different place to hang. But how can you do so if Onyx and GOW is putting you with the crosshairs?
Let's see if Todak's going to make it out of this one alive, because they're rotating straight in towards GOW. Retis Pro up against EVOS on the other hand. Thompson taking Ray down. Recovery by Aim God, UMP in hand. Goes up against the Thompson. Chill. A little too far away to back up his buddy. A124 has got Aim God pinned down. And the glue wall melter of all things being thrown out there. Ray gets tagged up once again. Ooh. This is a GG because the players on the side of EVOS, all they can do is just scatter, man. They've run away pretty far now. 2 survivors to bring the squad right back in. Toda didn't really face a lot of damage. They back away and leave Onyx to deal with GOW.
Let's see now how this is going to turn up. Gideon's already out, and the minigun is stuck to the wall right now. I'm not quite sure if there's anything else used for that, but Onyx Olympus managed to secure the second place or second floor, and they might be a little bit safe against GOW. And not only that, the surrounding teams that is crawling towards them. But speaking of crawling, Adam right now on the crawl. Same goes for Putra, and Crime would need to commit a crime, rob a bank to make sure that he can revive the rest of the teammates.
Abe's backing away from this engagement a little bit here. GOW, as they split away from the side of Onyx, that engagement is going to lead them into yet another fight here against a Indonesian squad. I dare say one that's a little bit more dangerous. RRQ, Civil War, WAGPE finding each other. And good terrain play here from WAG. Not really going in for a full-on engagement. Recovery as well from Team Toda. And we are back in with full 11 squads.
Yeah, 11 squads, but PE as well as WAG wants to change that, as PE Sports is already chasing against each other. Now Vanvo turns around together with the rest of the teams, pushes PE Sports onto one side, and T-Koi, let's see if he'll be able to go for takedown against Nolan. Great UAV, or healing UAV, just to make sure he have a little bit of insurance in terms, or top up in terms of that HP, but PE Sports, I believe they don't want to deal with this right now, but there's no getting away from WAG. So unless WAG pulls away, then that's where PE Sports can move out.
Once again, the daily challenge is for the team to get the highest placement points. So obviously everybody's hungry for the final circle. And currently we've got 3 teams that are in the running to win the daily challenge. That's Buriram, RRQ, as well as WAG. Buriram has got 21 placement points, WAG with 19, and RRQ with 16. The rest of the teams are still on a single-digit placement points.
Well, let's see though if that can change. There's a lot that needs to be done right now in terms of survivability, because a lot of teams are going in for engagement, and this would be detrimental in getting more placement points, especially if they don't survive that long. But we still have 11 teams though in the 5th or going to 6-minute mark. But with all these teams going against each other, we might cut this down a little bit once we get into the 3rd phase of the circle. But onto the 2nd phase, right now Team Flash still dealing with Todak, but I think Todak has already done the deed and just have to survive a little bit, but Team Flash is putting so much of effort. There goes the Rebel Rush, but doesn't do so much because ABCD would just be hanging back and taking that shot.
I mean, dude, they got lucky that they had a 2v1 there, because they got blindsided. He Rebel Rushed out of view, and they were like, wait a minute, where's he? But of course, as they quickly regroup now, I think there is a chance for recovery. Virtus Pro up against Toda outside the safe zone. This is not looking good for the Malaysian squad.
See though, I mean, it's tough being outside, but it's still early into the game, so HP would not be damaged that much. But for Eva Zivine, go against Team Flash, and we've seen Team Flash win that fight. They are our top elimination leader right now. ABCD goes for the rush, and the Zom just follows through a Riptide Rhythm for the Rebel Rush just to make him turn around, and a shot in the back of his head will reduce the chance of Evo from surviving. Coach Hill a little bit in too deep. Kenta being pulled, but it would not work against Shin as well as ABCD. And there goes another player being taken out, increasing the number for Team Flash.
I mean, increased his survivability for a little bit, just blocking out some extra damage there with the Kenta, but obviously didn't really swing his way. Virtus Pro is dealing with the damage outside here. It's just circle number 2, so nothing much for him and the squad to worry about as of this point of time. But it's finding an engagement against the squad outside the circle that's going to be fairly deadly for Virtus Pro, who of course needs to find some sort of recovery. 9 placement points, 15 eliminations so far is not too bad actually.
Well, yes, it's not too bad. Hopefully they can increase that as well. And we're currently in 3rd place for this map is a good chance for Virtus Pro. They're just choosing their fight. They don't want to be that aggressive compared to what we've seen them before. So I guess all those adjustments might be paying off this time around. And compared to last season, they might be seeing an early ticket to the grand finals as well. But well, let's see though if RRQ would take that early ticket, because they are slowly chipping away the lives of PE Sports. But Dutz has been taken down from the M82B from Lao Ho.
Woo, what a shot from Lao Ho. Wasn't even a headshot. I had no idea how he got that connection. And a very quick recovery, of course, coming through for the RRQ players. PE Sports will use that recovery time for RRQ to quickly back away, playing the terrain to their advantage. The little bit of dip in terrain there is giving them an opportunity to cut the line of sight. And now a potential to rotate around the bottom towards EVOS. But I don't think they need to move though, because the high probability of the circle moving towards Factory here is really solid. So PE Sports might just have a really, really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, apart from those outside of the circle right now, everyone else can just stay as it is, because they just need to get information. And looking at like putting in the box in this next phase of the circle, it seems like everyone else will be safe, other than Team Flash or WAG, who would be who would be out of that next phase shift. So,
Yeah.
and we know how it is in terms of the changes in the mechanics of our phases of a circle. It goes in either way, and it goes even smaller as we head in third, fourth phase. So there's a lot of teams still available, 11, and it dead smack in the middle keeps Onyx, who would be inside, as well as RRQ, who is safe in this assault bunker.
Yeah, Toda really needs to travel a fairly long distance after engaging with Virtus Pro. Both Virtus Pro and Toda still outside the circle. So circle 3 now. I heard a little extra, and it's only 10 seconds for them to make a move, because the circle's going to start moving yet again. Not a lot of time to plan their maneuver around. And of course, Virtus Pro and Toda obviously playing a very risky game here, because 11 teams still surviving. And the longer they take, the more deadlier these fights outside the zone are going to be.
Yeah, exactly. And they're lose out on resources. The moment they step in, they might be out of those as well. But let's see, though, if they'll be able to survive. For now, it's Team Flash going against GOW, and Team Flash is not really committing to that, giving advantage to Akoi for that snipe. And the Zoom right now trying to zoom in on this battle. But as you can see, the formation of GOW, they're going for the isolation. Isolating each player of Team Flash is now 2-1, or 2v1 from both sides. Only Akoi was a casualty and not even eliminated, and they have 11 points.
A smooth recovery coming through from GOW, and you have to respect the flank. That was the winning factor there for them. Obviously having the right gun, the M590s just working perfectly for the Vietnamese squad. Picking up 11 eliminations now for a total of 31. GOW currently sits in the 4th spot overall, and Team Flash just keeps dropping lower and lower. So this is not looking too good for the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, I mean, and that probably is a reason why they're trying to get as much as the elimination before they met up with GOW. But now for Virtus Pro, a team that we don't see that much in terms of aggression, but they really need it right now. Let's see if they'll be able to take out Team Heavy, and as quickly as that Heavy moves into the other compound in the way of Kabi. So this is just a setup to bait them in the sights of Kabi right now, and Nameless figures this out, but Diamond didn't. And Don't Cry is the one who managed to take him out, but Time Turner saves him as well as go for the pickup, and it would be a standstill, because it's not only Heavy that they need to deal with, they also have Sodak in their midst.
Yeah, Virtus Pro almost got punished there, but there was a weak Riptide Rhythm. We're not too sure exactly who sent that Riptide Rhythm towards them. Didn't really expose the squad. But of course, they did have a Time Turner for a sticky situation. Used that, picked up their team member. RRQ under a lot of pressure now. and the circle has started moving. Now these boys are playing with fire, but there's so many squads outside the circle. 2 of the RRQ players down on the ground. Recovery is not going to be impossible, but PE Sports trying to put a stop to their pickup. Nero and Nolan spending a lot of time outside. Nolan gets pounded upon, gets knocked down. Kochil out of nowhere, EVOS getting involved in the fight with the RGS 50 getting the knock, but the recovery is just respectable out of RRQ. Every single player back up on their feet. Riptide Rhythm to break down the glue wall, to open up the doorway as well, and now they step on out to finish off the final player from PE, knocking them out. Not even in the 11th spot, 10th spot, WAG first, followed by PE.
Oh, yeah, PE Sports eliminated right now, but RRQ needs to deal with Brim United. A little bit too early into the game, but I don't think they've spotted them already. And Sodak is also in their midst. Now for Virtus Pro right now, into the edge of the circle, being tagged by Heavy, or tagging Heavy with that hit list. And the battle is ensuing right now, but we're not seeing shots being landed by Waranya. It's more of the HP being dealt, and finally, that's knocked down. But Virtus Pro losing all those HP, but fortunate for them, they managed to clear out and wipe out Heavy, and they're still alive.
I mean, dude, 4 Vietnamese squads just got eliminated back to back to back. How insane were these fights? I mean, not at all great if you're a Vietnamese fan, because you just lost one after the other. And now all they get to do is just watch the other teams fight for the Booyah on this map. Buriram out in 6th as the Onyx players find them circling on in. Couldn't really see much of Buriram in this game at all. So their chances of finding the qualifier early kind of dwindling down. But of course, we've got RRQ still alive and kicking in here. But Dudes is in a unfortunate position. Onyx can go in for the Punisher.
Let's see though. I mean, Onyx, if he spots him or just I identify that glue wall is their opponents, then that could be one nade against him. But Virtus Pro is putting so much pressure that they have no way of just rushing in onto Dudes right now. So Dudes will still be safe, but the blue is closing in, and Evo's Divine would be eliminated by Sodak, and he was just hiding in that cement tube, and that is the last player for EVOS. But for RRQ, the last player might be dealing with Waranya, but exposing his position. Onyx Olympus receiving a lot of damage. Only one remains. Will pick up B done, or will BP just clear out the roof right now? But Day says no, charging all those shots with a charge buster, and Onyx Olympus is still alive.
3 knockdowns, instant pickups coming through. The Ford and Thiva just reigning supreme on the side of Onyx. 13 eliminations strong, and now the Malaysians knocking down on their doors. But G'day knocks them right back down. 1 on the head, 1 on the chest, 2 players down. And Toda just giving away 3 points to Onyx at this point of time.
Oh, Charge Buster. A thing from the past is now being brought back by
my God.
And he will be saying good day, good afternoon, and good night as they get that booyah.
Holy mama, the champions of FFWS SEA Spring 2025 are showing us that they can still be a massive threat in the grand finals. This is the team we just welcomed in here to play, and it looks like they are going to be fighting for the top spot, because what a massive game this was for the squad. By the end of this, they had 18 eliminations, and that only means a total of 30 points now picked up by Onyx.
Yeah, and that would catapult them from the lower part or lower half of our current leaderboard to part of probably the top 6. But let's see though on how that would end up. But I love survivability. I mean, we've seen that has been a pattern from WAG to Buriram to Onyx. Like, no one's going down that easily, even with only 1 Tiva. They just know how to protect their teammates and making sure that they will not lose, or as much as possible, not lose 1 player from that engagement.
I mean, G'day, a off-meta gun being made to look like it was the supreme meta in that game. The guy Charge busted everybody out of the way. I will not be surprised if he is the MVP of Onyx. I'm sure we're going to see massive damage, a decent number of eliminations on his side as well. That was a phenomenal game from Onyx because Virtus Pro came knocking on their doors really hard. They got 3 eliminations, but the recovery was phenomenal. They played their glue walls really well. They had a couple of time turners on themselves as well. And the timing of the time turner usage was just spectacular out of Onyx. They defended that. And of course, then Koda came knocking on their doors. Once again, 3 points given away to Onyx. It was a great match for the Indonesian squad, for sure. I didn't expect this. This is a surprising result for the side of Onyx.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are just showing that they can win the fight without any, little luck needed. All they have is skills, all they have is a great weapon as well as great position that they can use in that fight. But speaking of position, I mean, they've stayed in that position against, 3 teams? And they were not taken down from that rooftop.
Nah.
So first it was Virtus Pro from the side, and then from the final match, it was Sodak, and G'day was just something else.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first time that we are seeing him pop off in this stage, in the knockout stage, and he just rewinds 2 seasons back, or 2 years back, I would say, in terms of meta, because he skipped, or he rewind through the Trogon to the M590, or the M590 to the Trogon. Before that, it was the Charge Buster that's leading the front.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, right? Of course, G'day at one point of time on the side of EVOS, he was deadly. And then he spent a little bit of time playing for the Malaysians and picked up a little bit of experience on the Malaysian side as well, just seeing how they do things, getting a lot of confidence. And now on the side of EVOS, obviously, he is a monster, right? But he's not the only monster on this squad. We've got the rest of them as well. We'll see a little bit of a peek of their performance. Putra has been a blessing for the team. Obviously, Crime MKS as well. Spent a little bit of time on the Malaysian circuit. And yep, your MVP. The charge busting G'day, 8 eliminations, 3,362 on the damage, 10 knockdowns, and look at his passive skills, bro. This guy is a all-rounder. He's got the Koda to spot out the players, and he's got the Nikita of all players out there on the passive skill. And he has got the Awaken Alvaro combined with the Beast. Then he's your Grenadier as well. But we didn't see any nasty grenades out of him this time round. And obviously, to make things even more deadly, he's got the Maro, because obviously everybody's running the AC-80 as of this point of time. And I really like what he's doing out there. Sometimes you see a mixed batch of active and passive skills like this thrown in, and these players don't make much out of it. Not G'day, man. I mean, this guy, he reaped away the best massive game out of it.
Yeah, and that's the reason why he wear that Charge Buster quite well.
Yes.
With the addition of the skills, like Nikita, most of the time we see Nikita tied up with the AC-80. But it just increases the chance for you to be the farmland's expert. Reload speed just increases by 30%, and it brings more in that fight. So it's either the AC-80 or M590. I'm still questioning if the Charge Buster is making a comeback right now, because it has been a while. It could have been a Trogon in his hands, but one shot, one elimination is what he's aiming for either snipes or a close range battle. But that's when we look at the rest of the teams right now. I mean, Putra as the support. This is the guy that also turned things around in that engagement wherein almost all of them has been taken down.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And let's not forget as well, right, that Nikita also has the capability of reducing the healing deduction off of the opponent. So literally G'day is the first one tagging them in. They can't even recover quickly off of his shots, and then the rest of the players are just snuffing them out. I'm not sure why we're seeing quite a number of ball hits on the side of Onyx, but clearly something is working out for them. And even Putra X has got the time turner, and this is something that has been phenomenal, right? So for 10 seconds, you've got a force field, blocking out 1,000 damage, and you've got a 60-second cooldown on it, though. So that's the only downside of this. You can pick up an active skill card. Clearly, they had that on their side as well, because we saw 2 consecutive time turners saving the lives of Onyx Olympus this time round. But once again, a 30 massive pointer, and Onyx from nowhere into somewhere. Now they are in the top 5, looking for the #1 spot.
Yeah, but who's on the #1 spot right now? It is RRQ, and you know how I say with this performance, no booyah, no problem for them. And they do have a decent amount of lead against WAG. And, well, probably it's because WAG didn't put up so much in that fight. Only 2 points in that Bermuda map. And that's one thing that they really need to recover from. But, again, one downside, one low game doesn't matter that much, especially if you've made strides already to put yourself on top of the board. RRQ experienced the same thing from yesterday.
Yeah.
They grabbed the first booyah, but they slowly faltered for the rest of the match, making it difficult for them to come back.
I think he's going to inspire quite a number of players to pick up the Charge Buster as well, but I think many of them have moved away from the Charge Buster practice, so I don't know if they can stay as sharp as G'day. But of course, we've got the interview coming up for you guys in a little bit as well. Let's see exactly who we've got on the desk with our host. In fact, even which host we get now is a little bit of surprise. We'll be back with you guys after a quick short break.
All right. Thank you so much, Caster. Survivors, what a comeback. Congratulations to Onyx for securing their very first booyah today. 3 games down, 3 more to go. I'm here with Adam now from Onyx, obviously. Hello, Adam.
Hello.
How does it feel to finally get your first booyah today, especially knowing that Onyx has had a bit of a break on the knockout stage phase 2? Aku translate ya. Jadi gimana nih rasanya dapetin booyah pertama setelah break atau istirahat yang lumayan panjang ya bagi Onyx di knockout stage fase kedua? Membutuhkan 2 game dulu untuk adaptasi sehingga akhirnya booyah di game ketiga. Apa yang kamu rasakan sekarang?
Lumayan bagus lah.
Lumayan
Senang
bagus,
banget.
lumayan senang.
Ya.
Terus apa lagi? Agak panjang dong, biar translate-nya panjang nih.
Gak ada. Ya itu doang yang rasain.
Okay, so obviously he's feeling great. He's very happy with the result, and they have not been facing any threats whatsoever so far. So yeah, they're pretty positive going on the next 3 matches that we still have today. Okay, yang kedua, second question, the G'day effect. Do you think the new ammunition that you guys have on the team really affect how today's game went for all of you? Apakah kamu merasa adanya amunisi baru, tambahan pemain baru, sangat berdampak dan juga punya efek yang jauh berbeda sama penampilan squad kamu hari ini?
Lumayan ngaruh sih, karena kita lebih hidup ada karena adanya G'day.
Gemes banget sih lebih hidup. Obviously, they feel like the return of G'day gave so much more to the team. It's like a breath of fresh air and they feel more alive now. They are also more explosive in a way. So yeah, really excited and looking forward to see how Onyx is going to go further into the competition with the return of G'day. Last question. We still have 3 games left on today's match. Do you think you guys have what it takes to secure the ticket to the Grand Finals? Apakah kamu yakin bisa mengamankan tiket ke Grand Final dengan sisa 3 game yang ada di matchday hari ini?
Cukup yakin sih, karena tadi udah dapat feel-nya juga.
Ooh, so he's pretty darn sure because he feels like the chemistry is there, the connection is working really well. They finally know how to handle the situation. So yeah, he's pretty excited and pretty sure that Onyx can secure the ticket to the Grand Finals today. All right, fingers crossed. Thank you so much, Adam, for having a bit of a chat with me. Boleh dada dulu dong, say hi to your fans. And of course, we're gonna go on a bit of a break, but we'll be right back. Stay tuned with us only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
สวัสดีค่ะแล้วตอนนี้นะคะเราอยู่กับ Virtus Pro ค่ะเดี๋ยวมาสัมภาษณ์พวกเขากันหน่อยค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ Exusi นอกจากที่เราจะซ้อมในส่วนของ Skill Play แล้วเนี่ยเรามีเคล็ดลับอะไรในการเตรียมความพร้อมร่างกายคะก็นอนให้เพียงพอครับแล้วก็ฟิตร่างกายด้วยครับฟิตร่างกายที่ว่านี่ทำยังไงเหรอคะทำแบบนี้นะครับ
All
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the FFWS SEA Fall 2025, Week 4, Day 2. Another team looking for the qualifier into the grand finals. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. And as usual, it has been absolutely fun. Thus far, RRQ has managed to find their way to the top, but so has another Indonesian squad in the name of Onyx. And I am pretty excited, right? Because the boys are back in the studio. They are geared for victory. They have got everything that it takes to dominate out there. But they're still missing another Indonesian name, which is EVOS. But it's okay as long as we've got a fair share of representatives. Because even from Vietnam, Neptune, we've got a representative out of WAG today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, WAG has performed quite well today. And comparing the previous days of broadcast, we've seen a dip performance from the rest of Vietnamese team, like heavy Team Flash, PE Sports, especially PE Sports, because we were talking about earlier how PE Sports was second place yesterday, and now they're second place from the bottom right now. So let's see if the remaining 3 games would work for them. But you did mention RRQ being on top. Nobuya, it's something that they have done so much well because of the consistency in placing higher as well as getting a few elimination. But the next map would be a threat for RRQ right now, because in terms of every map across the board, Solara is their worst. Currently in 13th spot when we accumulate all those points from the first day of the knockout stage up until today. And let's see if they can turn things around, because other than Solara, the only map they haven't had a booyah was Alpine, but it doesn't slow them down. They still are on the number 1 today.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there with the RRQ Solara analysis, because if you look at their team's performance, Solara is their worst map, right? In every other map, they have managed to get more than 3 digits of points, right? More than 100 points so far. Solara is currently 49 points, total points accumulated. So obviously they struggle here. They have got no booyahs here at all. They average at 7 points on the Solara map, which is horrible if you ask me. But RRQ is just that kind of team that we know are very disciplined, and they look to work on the things that they are weakest at. So we can't tell, right, exactly where they're going to be on the Solara map, because we've seen sometimes teams really don't perform well at all and then they make a huge comeback. So and we've also seen how the randomizer has worked in the favor of many teams, where they start off on their good maps, they build up a little bit of momentum, and then the momentum keeps carrying on forward. Let's hope that that is the case here for RRQ, because they're definitely going to need that momentum to keep them up at the top, or else WAG is going to look to overtake them for sure. Because on this map, WAG is not too shabby at all. They've got a single booyah to their name so far, and they are ranked 4th overall with the total number of points collected. Above them, you have got teams like Falcon as well as AGAL, who are not going to be playing today, and you've got Buriram, who are not as consistent. So there's a high probability that we see a big fight again from WAG, which is a great thing for Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only 8 points remain are between them and RRQ. But on the brighter side of things for RRQ, they might fail Solara, but what's up next for remaining 2 maps would be Kalahari and Nextera. And these teams, RRQ is topping the board. 3 booyahs each.
Yes.
So I mean, they can falter, they can fall, as long as they will pop off on those specific map, then that is still good for them. But we want to see other teams perform. We've seen Onyx Olympus already grab a booyah. We've seen Buriram United grab a booyah as well, and slowly climbing up on the leaderboard. And when we look at the lead from the top 6 of the teams, like, it can be reshuffled anytime by the end of the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good assessment once again, because like you said, they can perform pretty shabby, but they have the confidence on Kalahari as well as Nextera. On both those maps, they have got 3 booyahs on each map, right? They are dominating at the very top of the leaderboard. They are the only team to secure more than 100 points on Nextera. That is crazy. They are at 132 points, miles beyond the other squads that are in competition for dominance on Nextera. On Kalahari as well, They are the top performers. Behind them is Falcons as well as Buriram and PE Sports. We all know PE Sports is not doing fairly well today. Buriram has got a little bit of an on and off cycle on them. Falcons are not playing today. So this is that perfect opportunity for recovery on Kalahari and Nextera. They can have the icing on the cake if they find some sort of recovery on Solara. Technically speaking, if they hit more than 15 points, that's already a very, very good game for RRQ here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, doubling up their average in Solara would be a great increase in performance for them, knowing that the follow-up would be even greater. So that's up to the teams to really show right now. And right now, there's a little bit of weight that is happening. So don't fret. You have me and AJ to entertain you with either numbers, with other conversation, and we're also joining you on the chat. So for those of you who haven't invited your friends just yet, this is our chance. This is your chance right now to invite them before the next match.
Yeah.
Because we want to see more in terms of liking this broadcast, because it seems like we're lacking. We always aim for 1,000, maybe even 2,000 likes, as well as a lot of viewers right here. So let's bring on those likes.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is the opportunity for some of these teams to shine, right? And we have seen a little bit of struggle coming through from the Vietnamese teams today. Heavy Flash PE Esports haven't really shown up big, and they are somewhere around the same range of performance. In fact, in the previous game, we saw them get eliminated one after the other, which was very painful to watch. But that's how the cookie crumbles here. We've got a lot of Vietnamese teams. Obviously, you're going to have your top performers, you're going to have your bottom performers as well. But what is a little bit more surprising than Vietnam doing badly today is Toda doing better than those three teams that I just mentioned. Shocking in a good way. I hope to see more of the improvements out of Toda. And I hope that it is improvements out of Toda that is kind of like keeping them at the top, and not the faltering of the other squads that's keeping Toda at the top, if you know what I mean.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I want to see Malaysia being represented by a team that is consistent. And like Todak did show that in the previous weeks. I'm not quite sure what is happening right now, especially in yesterday's game, because close to the bottom is somewhere that they don't want to be in anymore, especially as they are now part of the first set of teams who can qualify before the week 6 we're in. That is the last chance for everyone else to be on the grand final. So hopefully they don't waste this opportunity, this chance to really perform, to really move up, or to study their opponents and make positive adjustment in their play style. Not too aggressive, because in today's battle for Todak, most of the aggression is leading to them faltering in the game, so in the match. So hopefully that would change as well. But it's still anyone's fight right now. The lead between these teams, and we called this earlier on, we don't want one team just dominating the game. We want everyone chasing for the #1 spot. And it seems like with WAG and RRQ in contention together with Buriram United, it might show obviously who will be in the lead after 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually quite nervous for sure, but this technical issue is giving the teams a little bit of time to find their inner peace, right? Just like how the Onyx players have found, balding their heads and all. They look like the Avatar, all right? So I don't know if they're the avatars, but that was a massive game. They flew to the top for sure, right? And they are just 1 point behind Buriram as of this point of time, which is very impressive. They have got more eliminations compared to Buriram, slightly lower on the side of the placement points, which is obviously expected since they didn't do all that too well on the Purgatory and Alpine placements. So I'm actually quite curious to see how far does Onyx take this on this next Solara map as well, because if we want to look at their performance, Onyx does have a Booyah on Solara, but out of 18 teams, they are ranked 17th at the moment, which is insane.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of the inconsistency that is happening for Onyx. They pop off one time and then they falter next. And that was a curse that we keep seeing for Vietnam, as well as some of the teams from Indonesia. They grab that Booyah, and then the following match, they will be the first team to be taken out. And speaking of first team being taken out, like Onyx Olympus from the previous map, we've seen them get away from that initial engagement, and that started off quite well for them, because once they moved away from that engagement or from a potential third party, then that's when they can find a great path to get decent amount of elimination. That was 18 elimination, as well as the booyah towards the end. So that's the only thing they need. Get away from hot drops. If there's any place they can drop right now, make sure it's far away from the rest, because first phase is quite easy. Slide rails in Solara makes it easy for you to move as well.
Yeah. You gotta love the slide rails. You gotta love the fact that you can actually pull up those glue walls to protect you whilst you're sliding on the slide rails as well. A lot of repositioning capabilities on Solara for sure. But a hot drop is a hot drop. A hot drop is disastrous if luck is not on your side. If you don't have the right gun, the moment you hit the ground running, then you are going to be toast. Just like what we saw earlier on, Bigatron versus Flash. Flash was the one that had the better position, the better guns, and yet Flash did get taken out fairly early. Both Bigatron and Flash are down at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? So no surprises there at all. But I really wonder what's it going to take for Flash to show us their performance when we started off this league, because they came out the gates, exploding with points, and then they fizzled right out.
Yeah, and Team Flash is one team as well. When they were introduced in the FFWS Southeast Asia, they're very aggressive, similar to in comparison with Bigatron.
Yeah,
and that's one thing that is also it's a double-edged sword in most instances. Because if you're too aggressive without choosing your fight, then it's a 50-50 chance for you from the hot drop to any engagement. And it seems like if you're too hot-headed in getting elimination, you would lose out on the tactic. Comparing them to the other teams who get position first, and then that's when they start the engagement. So a smarter move, goes in to a smarter game. But we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the battle will continue. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Battle Royale. We are now in the halfway mark of today's battle. We've witnessed 3 matches already and we've seen dominance from different teams. But right now, who's on number 1? It is RRQ, and let's see if they can continue on. Despite not performing that well in Solara, they might be able to flip the script. And this is what we're talking about. Solara is our next map. But I'm pretty sure, AJ, you're excited to see them perform, or if anyone can beat the number 1 spot, especially from WAJ.
I mean, this is exactly what we're looking for, right? For the flip of the script. So some of the teams who are perhaps struggling a tad bit to rise back up into the top ranks here, just like what Onyx has done. Just one game at Bermuda has changed their fate as to where they stand on the overall leaderboard. And what's more impressive is the fact that before that game, they were one of the bottom performers on the Bermuda map. So I'm hoping for that to be the situation here as well. We talked about how Onyx is one of those bottom performers on Solara as well. Maybe they can use this momentum and really change their fate on Solara just the way they changed their fate on Bermuda. I'm looking for this to happen for the Vietnamese squads as well, who have not been performing at their top level. Mainly Heavy, Flash, especially PE Sports after their run yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of changes that are being done despite of their previous performance and the numbers that we are setting up based on our records. So there's one thing that we want to see. This is something that we expect, because that only shows that there's great improvement from some of the team's gameplay, or they just are not that consistent. So some of the teams that we expect to be consistent are not rocking it this time around, even from the previous days, the previous week. So this gives up or open up the gates for the other teams to take the number 1 spot away from who's dominating right now. And that is what we love about this format of knockout stage. Even the underdogs has a chance to take down the top dogs.
I mean, that's totally true, right? As long as you are respecting the meta, there is a big probability for you to do that, because at the end of the day, we don't have any chump squads in here. We have the creme de la creme, the best of the best Southeast Asian squads in FFWS SEA Fall, and we have made it a tad bit more difficult with the current formatting, right? And the playing field has been leveled out fairly well, because we have also taken out the top 3 best performing squads from the equation, and we have sent them off into the finals already. So I mean, there's no reason for you to really be down in the dumps, but that's exactly how it's going to be in a lobby with 12 teams. There are going to be some winners, there are going to be some unfortunate losers.
Yeah, and hopefully for those who are at bottom, it doesn't stay that way for long, because it would be tough if in most instances you try your best but you still falter, and mistakes would be followed up by a different mistake. And this is what we have been calling out teams for the longest time. I mean, we've seen all those challenges, we've seen all those mistakes, and if I'm seeing quite a few improvements, but it's more of the speed that you can improve yourself. It's more of how quickly can you recover, and within a day or after each match. Because if it takes you a couple of days or an entire week before recover, then it would be tough for you to do so and grab that championship in the grand finals. So, on the flip side, though, for Onyx Olympus from last season, they might not be that consistent in knockout stage. They were the last to qualify to grand finals, but they understand the meta. They understand what needs to be done. They were even the last team to activate the champion rush condition. So it's more of adjusting to the pace of the game, as well as pace yourself against your opponent, so that you can still have better advantage despite of not being the strongest team.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility of a surprise here. There's also a possibility of the expected happening, which is just continued dominance out of the teams who have already been in top flight performance today. RRQ looks like they want to maintain their consistency. They have gotten into the final circle twice now and have been extremely threatening. Buriram has gotten close to it. WAG has gotten are pretty phenomenal at their engagements, and they're fairly good when it comes to the placement points. So these are definitely threats, right? Some outliers like Onyx might not be as consistent because we don't see them very smoothly sneaking into the final circle time and time again, like what WAG has been doing instead. So I expect to see a little bit of consistency, but of course, substitution-wise, Azriel is being subbed in for Koja. This is a big move from Bigatron because clearly something is not working for them. They're currently down at the very bottom with only 5 points collected over 3 games.
I mean, imagine, like, it's only 4 points from Purgatory, the first map, and then 1 point in Alpine. And this is a team that we often see aggress earlier on and win this fight. Remember when they were dubbed the Falcon Hunters?
Oh, yeah.
We are not expecting this kind of record for BTR right now. But another substitution for Team Flash, Wang M would be put in, and ABCD would be benched at the moment. And let's see how this changed for Team Flash as well, because looking at the record, they're also part of the bottom half of our leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Team Flash overall, Wang M is one of the top damage dealers as well as the elimination bringers. But the curious decision is subbing him in for ABCD, who is also on par with Wang M. So I'm not too sure of that particular decision, but let's see exactly where they're going with this, right? Because I'll be fairly surprised if this swap gives them a lot more points, because you're taking out one of your better rushers in for a more long-range sniping sort of a setup through placing Wang M in. I would have actually liked to see Wang M and ABCD play alongside Death and Zom, but of course that's not what we are being served right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Shin, I think, would be retained for Team Flash at this point. He has shown up, but only recently. So Shin, probably this is a chance to get Shin in the group. They might have identified that if they won't be able to make that number 1 spot, at least use everyone within the team and find that groove, so that the following day they will be able to get the number 1 spot. So a lot of assumptions that can only be proven by the teams right now, but it's good that they're trying different stuff, because this is their time and not waiting for week number 6 to do so.
I actually agree with you. I mean, if you have already acknowledged that the number 1 spot is just not going to be possible, then give all of your players a little bit of playing time out there. Let them warm their fingers up. Let them get used to the environment before they are truly needed out there in the competition. So fingers crossed, Shin finds that warm-up very, very worth his time, as well as the investment of risk here coming through from the squad, because the man hasn't really pulled in many points for Team Flash as of now, but then again, he hasn't really played a lot for the squad. So let's see what sort of a difference he'll be able to make here on the main roster for the day. As for the flight path, cuts through deep down the middle of this map, opening up the whole map for all of these squads. So I'm not expecting to see a lot of hot drops this time around.
Yeah, mostly the hot drops is happening in Delta Isle or in Windmill. So, and it's a little bit far though, and I don't think everyone would be hanging there, especially if some of the teams are in contention to be a number 1. But as we can see, PE Sports and BTR, well, this is what we talking about BTR. The double-edged sword still being brought in, but it's a good thing that's only Kyong right now, who really needs a little bit of warm-up in this fight. And let's see if he wins it. No, he loses against LBT and a Trogon, but, well, there's still plenty of time for BTR to go for recovery, and they would be in Archway. Surprisingly, Archway is very near onto the hub as well. So not only will they be meeting with different teams, but specifically, it is BRU who is in the hub right now.
A little bit of a slow pace for sure on this Solara map that has got a decent amount of space to work around with. Vertus Pro getting a hit list onto Gade, Onyx being aimed for very early on in the Solara map. And that's not good news, because as it is, they're not really a top performer. In fact, they're one of the bottom performers on Solara.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be able to flip the script on that storyline. But for Brilliant United, well, this is one of the gameplay that we've seen so far, similar to their approach in Alpine, staying into the edge of the map before they go
Oh my.
in deep. But now, Onyx Olympus Crime right now, going against Videls, and let's see if Videls will be able to survive, not against Crime. He has been chased in there, and no backup coming from Todak. Onyx Olympus, with that momentum coming from that Booyah Riptide rhythm onto Adam, and still managed to survive. Bai's being shut down, and managed to step onto the left to be able to get away from harm, but Putra would be on that lead, as well as probably a takedown against this one player.
Yeah, good valiant dash by Adam just to keep himself a little safe, calling in some backup here, and Crime gets the job done with the Bison. Takes out yet another from the side of Toda. And obviously Toda once more, but having to play the game of recovery now. Evo spotting out Buriram. Ray has the Drogon, runs straight into Moshi with the Rebel Rush, and Moshi just couldn't get away. Pulls up a glue wall just 1 second too late.
Yeah, I mean, that tardiness would be something that changed the storyline for them. Aim God, though, it will be taken down, but Jonah responded by Ray and the Mini Uzi. Get high, trying to go in for recovery as well as pick up, and half HP.
Wow.
Not even prioritizing on his HP. Managed to go in for a takedown, but Evos is still alive. Quick revive being done by Rasia right now, and it is PE Sports who has been taken out of the game early in this fight. So let's see if they can come back later in Kalahari.
Just like the run at EWC, Rasia keeping the squad together, single-handedly reviving all of the players. They'll continue to look for more points. Demon, what a headshot from afar. Abe taken down. Woodpecker deadly for sure. But the jump pad straight into a tree, I don't think that was planned. And Biggitron this time, bumping into a couple of players from the side of Toda. That's surprising.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, they have met an almost demise earlier from Kyong. But let's see though if they can increase the number of points that they have right now, especially as they're bottom in this match for today. So WAG though, not really moving that much despite of Heavy putting a little bit of pressure on them. And Tikui up close, he's deadly even in long range and goes for that valiant dash, making sure that he knocks back the opponent and finish it off with M590.
A beautiful, and the valiant dash looking for one more, but Van Vo is there for the backup as well. He finds it this time round, but T. Kui, what a fantastic player. Decision making, prioritizing the rush straight in towards the time turner, not allowing them to breathe at all. And just like that, 3 players take it away.
Tikui has made great strides in improving that rush in Clash Squad. And that's one reason as well why he's doing quite well in CQCs in Battle Royale. So for those of you who are thinking, what's the reason why we have Clash Squad, is because of this. Teams lack that CQC potential, and CS has just brought that in, and a lot of teams has been improving in terms of the close quarter battle.
Yeah, and also you do have a possibility for some teams just being so much more proficient at Clash Squad, not really Battle Royale. This gives many teams that opportunity to shine. You know, sometimes you just favor one mode more than the other. 18 here with the Trogon though. Great maneuvering coming through with the Tatsuya's Rebel Rush, but could not sneak away. Diane from the back, bullet straight to him. Knocks him down and out of the equation. But Dude's trying to look for revenge here. But Demon from afar, straight to the head. Woodpecker stood no chance. Instant recovery as Abe buys Dude's back.
Oh, he has just been taken down in there. And I think that raw vision has been his downfall, because he can see his opponent, but like the position, or it's the distraction of that raw vision probably that made him falter in that push. But for Jonah right now, there's no faltering despite of the time turner. Wasana managed to go in for the shot with M59 against Dix, and that's 4 points already for BRU. And Borem United is one of the teams who who is now being proficient in Solara as well. Back then it was just BTR, but BRU is focusing in this specific map to improve, and this is a chance for them to take the #1 spot away from WAG and RRQ.
Prime, an airball with those Riptide rhythms. Doesn't really get to farm an extra point for the squad. Onyx really trying hard for Mufasa. Lights up the vehicle. And manages to get the headshot as well. Great shot out of Putra X with that AC 80 and 3 points early game for Onyx. What should be their weak map is off to a fantastic start actually.
Yeah, I mean, this improvement is something that we can give props to Onyx Olympus. And comparing to the past, wherein most of the time if you get a booyah, or if they get a booyah, they falter from the early part of that game. But let's see though, if the same goes for Heavy. Copy right now receiving that Valiant Dash, but it was Death from afar that dealt the final nail on his HP. Now, let's see on the other side of the map. The Blues closing in. GOW will be targeted by RRQ at this point, but I don't think they have the numbers to deal with GOW. And we've seen GOW put pressure against RRQ, so they just need to be silent and move away from harm at the moment.
Full recovery, all thanks to Don't Cry. Heavy back in the game as he hits the triple revive. Ma'al with the VSK should be able to take a shot, but like you said, they're outnumbered and they don't want to take a little bit of a risky play here. They allow the team to just waltz past them as Mufasa just does his cool walk on that landing.
Yeah, let's see though. As Sodak right now, Riders Club, edge of the circle, they're not choosing any engagement early on, and this is smart for Todak, especially if they are aiming to move up into the leaderboard, currently placed on 8, and it's a significant amount of lead, but it can be altered, or it can be reduced in 3 maps. So this is smart for Todak right now. Go with placement, go for the final circle, not really engaging that match, especially if they are disadvantaged. But Team Flash would be near on them, despite of them having visibility. I don't think they are in position for a fight right now.
Let's see if they can walk away with Noki here. Good blue wall for Noki just to protect his head. Could have crouched, but he wanted to run across the battlefield. Glue wall melters being laid out. Noki just with a sliver of health, managing to survive this for the time being. Ice grenades tossed, that's just a waste on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, it is a waste. Team Flash needs to really flank and take a lead onto the next phase of a circle if they want to gatekeep Todak and not deal with them from outside blue. But speaking of dealing, WAG dealing with Brim United.
Ooh.
There's no potential of a takedown just yet with Riptide Rhythm. Despite of it hitting a glue wall, there's no instant takedown, and response will be done by BRU. And as you can see, they are taking a beeline against WAG right now. 3-3 turned to a 2-1, but Jonah receiving damage, making him back away.
Ooh. Well, Tikui, beautiful Valiant dash, but he did not see that one coming. Wasana getting the pump onto him. Get high, sprayed down PLS1 from afar. VSK had the vantage point to play that advantage. Jonah not giving the squad enough backup. AC 80 in hand, but Wasana is there for dealing the final blows, and WAG snuffed out in the hands of Buriram. I believe there's one more survivor here that's just still oh no, no survivors at all. 9th spot, WAG makes that exit.
Yeah, Todak also being taken away despite of all the effort in surviving that flank against them. Now, RQ right now, 3 elimination, they need that vending machine to revive 18 Deer and gear up as well against Heavy. But on the other side, Heavy is dealing with Burns Pro. So this buys RQ plenty of time, but Onyx right now, great turnaround being done by G'day, and he's still on a roll. Charge Buster earlier, Mag 7 this time, and up close and personal, he's putting so much damage.
That nade almost was deadly. Has still got the Mag 7 on him, exposed by that Coda now, but the man does not care. He is on a roll, and G'day again gets a knockdown onto Akoy. Ray turning the tables onto him as EVOS just steps on into this fight, helping out GOW survive this.
Oh, I mean, Evos managed to stop that rain, and Adam was able to pull away. Now, for how long, though? And is there a vending machine on that side to make a comeback for the rest of the team? But Evos right now prepped to be able to take down GOWRGS to put damage on Akoi. But Team Flash is also here. Shin and Death dealing on the other side as Evos would be pinching them as well. But seems like Team Flash is receiving or putting damage on that flash grenade or ice grenade being put in to take down two players from Evos Divine, and GOW being taken down. The duo from Team Flash who started this rush has turned the tables against two teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Rasia, again, the Wonder Kid still alive, but revenge is sweet, says Adam. You knocked Gade down, and we take away your final player. He was snuffed out.
Oh, Evos is out of this game, and RRQ right now, little to no chance of recovering Maal as well as Dude. So it's up to the Clutch Kid, 18 Deer, as well as Abe right now, but they have to deal with Heavy and receiving damage and not having so much to work with in terms of weaponry. The full squad going in from flank, and Verdant's Pro right now might be the savior for RRQ. Don't Cry being taken down by Abe on the other side. Now shots in from across, and Abe will be able to put pressure, but Blue's closing in, and DP is on his way.
Yeah, beautifully done here by Abe, just pulling a little bit of distraction, but the recovery is phenomenal for the side of Heavy. And this is what we were asking. Flip the script! And flip it they did. Heavy just fire straight back at them. 18 Deer from up top will be able to punish Nameless as well, who takes a very risky play on top of that hedge.
Yeah, I mean, if in case they let Virtus Pro deal with Heavy, RRQ could have been safe, and Virtus Pro would not even bat an eye on them and just head into the circle. But that might be the mistake that they will need to deal with. 18 Deer is already down, and RRQ is out for the count. Now, we have 4 teams remaining. Virtus Pro with 2 or 3 players, and they deal with Heavy, but the finishers has been dealt by Moshi from Burim United, who is the only complete squad in this game. It's now a 4v3 against Team Flash.
Heavy and Flash making this game to be that game of recovery is definitely commendable after a rough start from the first 3 games. So this is phenomenal. Now here at Solara though, Buriram looking for their booyah. 4v3. Flash doesn't have the advantage. Wasana rushing on in, looking for Shin. That boulder still keeping him safe. Gets a double tag. Get high with the support as well. And now they move on in with the Rebel Rush. He cuts down the distance between him and that. And the backstab will give Buriram their second booyah of the day.
Now, we did mention that Buriram has did well in performing on Solara. And it's not only for this week, it's also from the past. And this is probably their main focus because of the new map brings new pressure, new challenges for the team, and they don't want that in their way. Most instances for Burim United, they can dominate with the other map. But once Solara was introduced, that's where they faltered. Probably fixing that gives them more chance of dominating Grand Finals.
32 points on this game is massive for Buriram. And no doubts whatsoever, they are now the #1 team of the day with 2 more maps to go. And this is where things start to get really dangerous and really competitive between Buriram and RRQ. Because this next map, it's no longer the Indonesian map. It is an RRQ map. You're talking about Kalahari, RRQ super sharp here. But guess what? Buriram is very capable on Kalahari as well. These 2 teams are the best teams on Kalahari, and they will do battle right after this on this next game to determine who's going to be that #1 team. Will we see either one of them, or will WAG sweep it away from them? Things are getting exciting once again, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. The storyline is similar to what we've seen yesterday. It's very close on the top 3 spot, and anyone from those teams might be able to take it. for this day. But let's not take it away from Onyx Olympus because they are only 2 points away from WAG as well. So if in case they can turn things around, Kalahari probably outsmart even the best of the teams in this map, then that is a chance for them to bring themselves in that #1 spot early into grand finals. But that's all assumptions right now. It's up to the teams to be able to prove that, and we know how it is. For each day, for each match, there's a lot of flipping the script that has been happening right now. But let's head into the highlights to take a peek on what happened in most instances in that previous game.
I mean, EWOS didn't really have the best of games here this time round. Onyx should have looked for a better protection onto Gade, their best bet at getting into the final circle, because this guy is an off-meta king at this point of time. Like you said, Charge Buster in the previous game, Mag 7 on this game. He was just wrecking player after player. And GOW got saved big time by the appearance of EWOS because they just stabbed them in the back and instantly put Onyx on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that like Onyx needs to be thankful for, but because of that, only Adam remains, and they were taken out as well a little bit early, but not for Brave United. I mean, their tactic of being passive there early on has paid off this time around. 6 elimination, 3,122 damage for Moshi, and 5 knockdowns. Well, usual sniper build, and also a little bit of insurance policy with that Suzy, because you know how crucial it is for the revive. If in case you are the only one remaining, at least you have plenty of coins to bring back your teammates.
Yeah, he's prioritizing marking as well as coin collection over the Raphael, as well as the Dead Silent. On top of that, you also get to bleed out your enemies 85% faster. He's opting for the coins as well as the Moko over that. A little surprising, and Moshi is not the most deadly at this point of time with those snipes, but still 6 eliminations, topping the charts. But surprisingly, Jonah matching him up as well. Wasana, this is that comeback everybody has been waiting for. The awakening of Wasana, and Get High is finally able to rest and be a proper support player.
Yeah, I mean, support really is 10 assists in that game, and looking in their usual build right now in terms of their role, in terms of their persona in this game. I mean, Jonah as a captain leading the fray, he needs that vision, and Wasana as the rusher linked up with Get High on that Cassie and that basic therapy that really makes them a little bit more beefier in the front line. But as we look at the scores, you did mention 32 points for Buriram United, but for Team Flash, GOW and Heavy, earlier the teams from Vietnam is at bottom, but now they are on top, or 3 of them, except for PE Sport, who is at the bottom of this game.
Yeah, that's the record of the day, 32 points. That's the highest a team has been able to pull away. So Buriram officially has the most number of eliminations as well as placement points. Now, what's very shocking is the fact that on this next screen that you guys will see is GOW. I want you to take a look at the 6th spot, because GOW has got the 3rd most eliminations, almost equaling RRQ as well as Buriram. Where they do struggle is their placement points. Check that out. In the 6th spot, GOW. That is crazy, bro. They've got the firepower. They're not getting deep enough into the circle. GOW, with one good solid game at this next Kalahari map, could jump into the top 3 race as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they can find the final circle, maintain this dominance in terms of elimination, and then they would be in the same place where Onyx Olympus was. I mean, just catapulting themselves a little bit higher in this game. And also, judging from the lead that they have, they only need 25 points to tie up with Brave United. Well, given the fact that Brave United doesn't get any points in the next map, but that is still achievable at this point, and we do have 2 maps to work with. And in Kalahari, though, despite of the record of being in the bottom, we know that some teams, like Onyx Olympus as well, can change that pace, can flip the script, and probably grab a booyah in that game.
I mean, you're talking about 25 points away from Buriram. They barely need anything to catch up with WAG, who's on the 3rd spot. They literally just need about 4 points, which is Very doable for GOW at this point in time. So from having one good team from Vietnam, we now have got two good teams out of Vietnam. Very happy to see GOW join this particular race as well. Once again, they need to get deeper into these circles, but when it comes to the engagements, they are definitely shining bright as of this point of time. But the battle between Buriram and RRQ, both you and I have made our predictions. We think Buriram and RRQ are going to be at the top of the leaderboard. We got that correct. We both thought Buriram was going to find the qualifier. For the time being, it looks like they're going to get it right. But again, Neptune, the point that you brought up earlier, Kalahari and Nextera, RRQ dominates these maps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the story continues. No one's flipping the script for RRQ right now. They did falter in Solara, and they have a good chance to dominate this, especially if they can deal with Buriram United early on, or even WAG, because those are the threat that is in front of RRQ right now. And that is a huge task to work with, especially in the past, in the previous days. RRQ are struggling into the game, especially from yesterday. I mean, they were ranked 7th from yesterday's match, and in spite of having that record in Kalahari, elimination, yes, but placement, not so much. They had 11 points from yesterday. So is that enough for them to dominate and take that #1 spot? I don't think so. They don't need to chill at this point. They just need to fuel their engines and go for that gas and no brakes up until the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tense situation for sure, because there's just no way of telling who's going to end up in the #1 spot. The leaderboard is just way too close to each other. There is a deep distance between WAG as well as RRQ, which is 13 points. But we have seen WAG walk away with a 30-pointer. So this is a no-brainer for them to play a catch-up on. GOW, EVOS, Virtus.pro, Onyx, if they get two very good games in Kalahari and Nextera, they are literally going to be able to play for the #1 spot as well. So we may just be looking at a tiebreaker by the end of this one.
Yeah, and well, the difference between the tiebreaker for those teams that you just mentioned is they're coming from different regions.
Oh yeah.
Compared to what we've seen in the past, like Team Falcons and AGAL, it's just coming from Thailand. So that was the tiebreaker. This time it's literally a tiebreaker.
Dude, you shut up, man. You keep stealing the words out of my head. Okay, I was literally going to say the tiebreaker, because we also have 3 Thai teams who have already qualified to the grand finals, and the Thais are looking to make a good run by pushing all 5 teams back to back into the grand finals. And this could literally be the tiebreaker to stop that run of the Thais by the end of the day. Obviously, RRQ, WAG, Onyx, Virtus.pro, GOW, all gunning to do exactly that. And so far, EVOS have gone back to their ways of leaning very heavily onto Russia. Just like the EWC games, we saw if it wasn't for Russia, they would have been eliminated early in many games. He was always the final survivor. He was always buying back his brothers, and it seems to be repeating today as well. The only difference is after those revivals are brought in, they're still not getting to the final circle. I don't see the hunger in EVOS as of this point in time.
Exactly. I mean, Russia needs 1 or 2 guys to really back him up. And it's similar to what we called out for AGAL. But where are they now? They already qualified on the grand finals, not waiting for the rest of the Thailand teams. And that is thanks to Cypher. So EVOS needs a Cypher of their own. And it's still in question who would it be? Who would be that aggressive guy who will land that shot early in the front line as soon as Russia damaged them with the HP. But before we head there, let's go to the player head-to-head and captains against captains. Goots going against Jonah, and the scores is quite close, 45 and 48 on elimination. The damage though, Jonah has put so much more. It's because from what we've seen in the gameplay of Buriram United, they split up and deal with different angles. Compared to RRQ, they go in for a beeline in every approach.
This is a very surprising stat for me because if you look at the overall numbers collected from the group stage as well as the knockout stage, Dudes is your number one fragger. Literally, even with those frag grenades, he's your number one guy. And he has got more than 100 eliminations so far. But when you focus just on the knockout stage performance, it's very close. In fact, Jonah has got the lead. Dudes has dropped his performance. Jonah has woken up in the competition. I think this is phenomenal for Buriram, but also a little suspicious for the side of RRQ because as you notice, Dudes is not playing his grenades as aggressively now.
Definitely. I mean, he's not lobbing all those grenades and making all those damage. But let's see, though, if they can trust their skills right now, because all you need to do is trust your energy with Red Bull. Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc, B3, B6, and featuring mild taste that helps players stay focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah. And that is what they need right now. Stylish booyah, especially for RRQ, to maintain or to get that #1 spot away from Buriram United and maintain it all throughout the day.
Yeah, you say stylish booyahs, I say absolute phenomenal booyahs, right? These boys are definitely able to wreck. And in my books, those are no mildies. Red Bull's always the wild case. Let's head on in. It's game number 5. It's the map of RRQ. This is Kalahari.
The heated map in the heated battle. This is what we need right now on how close it is on that #1 spot. And teams already flying in. Fair fight path for everyone. And let's see if there will be a potential hot drop right now. Stone Ridge, we know this is where Buriram United is dropping in most cases. And they're very near on Onyx Olympus in Santa Catarina. But if Onyx Olympus chooses the northern part, then they would be meeting and who's going to win in the battle against Evos as well as Heavy. So that will be seen later on. And it will be seen right now. Aim God, shots, and no getaway will be done. But Heavy managed to go in for that damager, but it's not so much. But Ray has been taken out by Kabi. Cold Shield, double vector, managed to go in for a knockdown. And Alan is just waiting as well as Kabi. Now, with this duo, would they be able to fight against Evos, or does one needs to walk away quickly? There is no opening for Kabi. There is no opening for Alan as well to move away. And Evo's Cold Chill is making sure of that. And let's see, though, if they can survive, or they can just give it all and fight back against Evo's Divine, because Evo's Divine needs that away. Evo's Divine needs those points, but Kabi just shredded against one player of Evo's, but will he be surviving? And there goes elimination of Heavy against Evo's.
And Rasya saving the day with Cochil. This wonder kid, once again, doing so much for the squad. But when we look at PE Sports, Jonah is going to be subbed on in for Nolan, who's going to be taking a short break here. PE Sports not having a great day. Currently ranked 11th out of 12 teams.
Yeah, I mean, not so much of elimination, even not so much in placement for PE Sports. But it's even worse for BTR right now. So not quite sure what would be the plan for BTR, because in most engagement, they are failing. And imagine 3 maps are averaging 2 points per map because they only grab 6 elimination. And that is something that needs a lot of work. Not for sure if there's something mentality probably moving from their comfort of their homes into this back in the studio was something that they were not expecting, or they're not prepared to do right now. So let's see on what adjustment needs to be done. But for Buriram United, well, from Stone Ridge to the sub, they're looking for WAG.
This is classic Buriram, looking for the high ground. Absolute phenomenal defense as well as offense that the sub provides them. And Tikui in a lot of trouble. Wasana with that AC-80, but sustains a little bit of damage here. Nothing too much that he cannot recover from. Yet High drops back, looking for his level 2 armor as well as helmet as well. WAG not really moving around. just waiting for Buriram to make one positional mistake before the attack.
It seems like they were expecting this. I mean, in most cases, once we go in Kalahari, Buriram always go for the sub. And I think WAG knows this is the plan for them. They loot up quickly and then just get away from that high ground. And position-wise, they are, as you mentioned, already waiting. But for BTR, they are losing the fight against this Team Flash, but knockdowns has been dealt with as well. Battle continues between BRU and WAG, but a pickup instantaneous with that time turner. But will this work against Wasana up close and personal? It doesn't, especially the Trogon is back to his usual ways, and Wasana is rushing in for a double.
The man is awake in the competition once again. Wasana with a double very early on, and get high with the final nail on the coffin for WAG. And it looks like they want to continue dominating this map. Bigatron, surprisingly though, 3 eliminations. They've broken far away from their usual average. And by the way, the average is 1.5, Neptune, because 4 games have elapsed. Not 3. So they are already performing so much better. 1 more elimination and they would have picked up just as much points in the past 4 games. But unfortunately, things are crumbling down for them here. As Ezreal moves straight in, looking for a vending machine. Bigatron again clunks out.
Now, I mean, infighting happening in Indonesia right now. After Bigatron, even Zvine is going in for the battle against RRQ. And RRQ is a team that needs this so much. And they are already putting in that much effort. But compared to EVOS, EVOS has more points already. They're leading the fray in terms of elimination for now. But RRQ might end it right here. And you mentioned about infighting. Another team is waiting on the other side, still from Indonesia.
Onyx literally has a perfect view of this battle between RRQ and EVOS. And they're just busy looting first. They want the weapons arsenal for themselves. And after picking up their favorite weapons, they are just off and out of there, not wanting to deal with any early engagement. The GOW catching up with EVOS of all teams. And it looks like EVOS is off to a very rough start.
Oh, definitely, and only 1 remains, and little to no chance of recovery, especially as we are seeing the closure of the first phase of the circle. For EVOS, though, they are slowing down. The usual ways is for them to find elimination from where they are passing, but they don't have to move that much. The blue is closing in, and their only way is to go into refinery. But RRQ has been pushed away from refinery, going into the shrines, and that's where they met with EVOS Divine. Now, Virtus Pro has put in a binocular and spotted RRQ, or 2 of RRQ, but not expecting that there's still 2 members in the same place.
PE Sports has got a very decent spot here on that high ground. Duts, opportunity. Spots Warania, pulls out a glue wall. Looking up the nade, finally has got 3 frags in his hands. Meets with a glue wall melter and chooses to disengage instead. Interesting defensive play out of the Indonesian Giants.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're expecting that the ones who put a hit list against them is a Virtus Pro. So they're trying to get away because they are in sight, especially in the map. But I guess the position, the split that they're working right now is just to get a better advantage or vantage point. But the knockdown or elimination has been done on T18 Deer. He will be revived, but it would not be wise to drop the safe spot. Probably closer next phase of the circle, though.
Okay, yeah, so he's dropping straight back in there, man.
Hard-headed guy.
Yeah, they want to fight. He's got a P90, not a bad SMG. You just need to make sure your opponents don't have much of an armor on them. And Nameless gets the flank, Parafal to the back of Ma'al. No Riptide Rhythm now for RRQ.
Let's see now. I mean, RRQ recovery has been done once again. They spotted Expo-C though, so this is one advantage they can take, and Expo-C will be taken down off the efforts of everyone from RRQ. Then that might disrupt the push being done by Virtus Pro, but Waranya is still in the lead, chasing against RRQ, and Abe would be the sacrificial lamb to give way for the rest of the team. So not the usual ways that we see from RRQ. It's probably because they were offset from their usual rotation.
Ooh, Varanya. Don't look for coins, bro. Look for the player. Spots one out. And it's going to be Nameless that takes a bay out of the equation. Exposy finding 18 deer. And RRQ on the back foot on their biggest map here at Kalahari. This is going to give a huge boost, a huge advantage to Buriram, who are sitting in the #1 spot.
Oh, definitely. I mean, number one, no contention. RRQ is almost out, and there's huge potential that they can get a lot more of points. But Verspro as well is currently in 3rd place. So if they eliminate RRQ, they might be taking over that spot. But when it comes to the lead, though, it's still far, because we did mention that WAG earlier, before they were eliminated, has that 3rd spot as well. So this has turned the tables in a lot of teams already, coming from the previous round, and Verspro is showing their usual aggressive ways. So let's see if this pays off and also brings them to the final circle, and probably a different team might be grabbing that booyah.
And now 4 teams eliminated already. We're left with 8, which is a fairly quick game here at Kalahari. Toda is still alive and kicking. Virtus Pro on that recovery mode today, doing fairly well. I will not be surprised if we see Virtus Pro qualify in week 5. The circle, as random as ever, now moves towards the left. All the players need to rehash the way they read the circle, or is there no reading the circle in the current update?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to read it right now, especially with the change of the logic on how it's coming up. Back then, it's somewhat like attainable to read the circle, but now the huge shift in how small it is once it shifts makes all the other flanks and tactics being thrown off. But let's see though, First Pro, from the 3rd phase to the 4th, this definitely would hurt. You would see that damage on their HP, and they need to move quick, similar to what we were seeing from Todak. It's a good thing they were safe from the shots coming from Buriram United, but GOW will be challenged. Akoi, the first one to go down.
Straight down. Bien is barricading himself in here with all those glue walls. Ice Grenade just gonna continuously tease them. Although no straight line of sight for the side of Toda. Double Riptide Rhythm, one from RRQ, another one from EVOS. And Russia will find the first victim. Toda, on the other hand, gets rid of GOW. A surprising turn of events for the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, definitely. And GOW, we just gave props to them for number of elimination that they have brought in. And well, we know this part of that, the phase of the game is where they often falter. So this time around, they didn't put it so much in terms of elimination, and they fell from grace in the hands of Todak. But for EVOS, after all the challenges earlier, now they are getting their groove, a chance to take out RRQ if they see this final player, and they can proceed into their next battle, which is Buriram United, who's just waiting in the bay, is just hanging back. No one to see him at this point, and there's another one coming in under the side.
Ooh, 18 deer, he wants the vending machine. He's got no health, and Ray prevents him. The final player surviving on the side of RRQ is nowhere close to a vending machine. And in order to get to one right here, right now, before the circle forces him in, he has to go through EVOS and Buriram. Barabe snuffed out by a diamond in the rough.
Well, there you have it. I mean, staying prone for that long, yes, it keeps you safe from Evo's Divine, but the flank was just pristine from Virtus Pro because they are hearing all those engagement and they want those elimination. But Rasia dealt one against Waranya, and here comes Aim God jumping in like a Superman, and he goes for a shot against a Nameless, but will they be able to win this fight as a 1v1 against Coach Hill? And Expo C has been taken down, but the final shot has been dealt and Verse Pro won it.
Unbelievable play and a huge save from Exposi. Virtus Pro again, man. I will not be shocked if Thailand sends their teams back to back into the grand finals. Virtus Pro waking up in the competition and out of nowhere snuffing out one of the biggest contenders for the rise to the top, EVOS themselves. What a play from Exposi.
Oh, definitely. I mean, great play from Exposi as well as the rest of Virtus Pro because they are leading in terms of elimination in this map and they're very safe in position, similar to Burem United. But in a few seconds, we will see though if they will be the ones taking next phase or will they need to run towards the rest of the team. Todak would be in there and they might be the target of everyone surrounding them. So I'm giving all hopes to Todak right now.
Okay, now Buriram could just be the death dealers to Virtus Pro. They've got good line of sight here. They just need a double Riptide Rhythm from Moshi. Wasana interferes, knocking down Exposi, the most dangerous player in that equation. Varane taken out, get high, very smart play coming through with the ice grenade. But Diamond, one of the best rushes in the world, still alive and kicking, and he's got the M590 in hand. Virtus Pro is still a big danger for Buriram.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the combination of Diamond and Nameless has been a threat to every team in that front line. But for PE Sports, a team that wasn't performing all throughout the day, now in the final circle. Zero elimination, no problem. They have placement already. All they have to do is deal with teams and players one at a time. And smart move from them just to get information, but that is also crucial if they will not be spotted by Moshi because one peek and that might be headshot.
And this is discipline. Moshi is keeping his Riptide Rhythms, not wasting it just for a couple of extra points on Virtus Pro. He knows that it's going to be very important in that final circle battle. Remember that 1v1v1v1 that we saw last week? Yeah, the Riptide Rhythm would have come in very handy in that situation as well. And obviously this man learning from that, making sure nothing goes to waste this time round. 5 more teams left in here, 18 players, a lot of points to pick up for Buriram, and the next circle will move towards them.
Oh, let's see though. Before that happens, engagement is happening between PE Sports and Todak. And smart move from PE Sports right now to barricade themselves with glue walls because that Coda, the Aurora Vision, like put them in one position. And if they didn't, one nade or multiple nades in a small area can take them out easily. And even that Valiant Dash didn't do so much of damage against them. So let's see if PE Sports can do and the smart other teams because Fai is just hanging back. No, he still managed to survive, but not for long. Jonah takes shots on him, and we are down to 4.
Yeah, Onyx kind of interfering as well, sneaking away 2 points off of those players. Now, PE Sports, obviously in a lot of trouble, still hanging on with the thread here, Laho and Nero. Looking for the backstab onto anybody. Virtus Pro, Onyx circling around. Buriram with the highest ground advantage here. So vantage point to the side of Buriram, and the circle continuously moves towards them. PE Sport with a sneaky toss off the glue wall melter towards that top of that platform, which is going to force Buriram players back.
Let's see. I mean, they are forced back, and the shift of the circle is also favoring Burem United, so they don't have to move away that quickly. Monster Truck, a little bit of insurance, just in case they want to drop in, and the battle is happening between PE Sports and Onyx Olympus. But Adam right now, with that cord, putting so much pressure and taking out the glue wall, would push PE Sports in the open, giving that chance for BRU to take elimination. Now, the next target would be for BRU to deal with Onyx Olympus because they are in that vicinity as well as in their vantage point, and Virtus Pro right now just sneakily moving below them.
I mean, PE Sports, unfortunate run today, but you know what the great legends say, Kabi Kushi, Kabi Gum. Unfortunately today, it's day of sadness. Yesterday they did really well. Today is just an unfortunate day for PE Sports. But now Buriram holding on to that high ground advantage, looking for a play on the side of Onyx. And these guys are just refusing to show up. I thought that was a frag grenade. G'day got really, well, I wouldn't say lucky there because he did manage to just sidestep that one. but it's just a glue wall melter that takes away his defenses. And now the blue pressuring them. Great Riptide Rhythm, and that's exactly what Moshi was keeping that Riptide Rhythm for. And only popping out one, once again showing the discipline out of this Supreme Sniper.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, later on, if needs to, he still have a Riptide Rhythm. But Moshi managed to take down Adam already. G'day, the only one remaining. But with the shots being done by Virtus Pro, that would put them in the vision of Buriram United. And that is a coordinated jump. Just to make sure that they will not be spotted and shot down. And Moshi a little bit too late, but still in the fight. Buriram United dealing with this and grabbing another Booyah, their third Booyah, and still maintaining #1 spot.
Buriram United Esports, Namdo Surahoga, baby! They are back to rock it. And they want that #1 spot to themselves. They want that early qualifier. They want the 2-week break. They do not want to play on week 5 and 6. They want to watch from the sidelines. And they were rocking it in the final lobby. And obviously Wasana back to his prime way of finding points for the squad. Absolutely crushing the competition today. Buriram United Esports currently sitting on 98 points. They are about to break the record of records if they continue on with another solid game. Can Buriram walk away with 4 Booyahs? Can they break the 117 points collected by AGL? Can Thailand have 4 teams qualify to the finals early from 4 knockout days? That's insane, bro.
Exactly. I mean, being there first is what Thailand has been known for. And Buriram United, despite of slowing down the early parts, they are still in that contention. They are still in their prime. So everyone who has been doubting them, even that includes me, well, I guess this is for us. This is them putting it on our faces that, why are you questioning our move? Because they can definitely bring themselves to the #1 spot.
Nah, you never doubt. You only love Buriram. They are the best for a good reason. But I'm surprised that this game was not RRQ's game, because it is an RRQ map. And RRQ had the opportunity to not just solidify, but to absolutely lock in that #1 spot and the early qualifier to the grand finals through the 2 maps, which is 100% on their side, right? Kalahari and Nextera. But they dropped the ball big time on Kalahari, and Buriram said, oh, thanks for the ball, bro. And they took the ball all the way to the end of the field. It's got a big one. And now we move on into Nextera. And this is one more map where RRQ is the top dog. Unfortunately, Buriram is not the best team here on this map. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Buriram does fairly badly on Nextera. They do have 1 Booyah to their name on Nextera, but they're nowhere close to the top 10 teams.
Yeah, they are currently the 11th team in Nextera.
Okay, maybe close to the top 10.
So at least they're close to the top 10. But with this though, with the lead that they have, if they can just go back to the passive, find a final circle, just go with full placement, I would say, then that could put them and maintain their spot on that #1. Because RRQ, and we've seen RRQ, the moment that they falter in their best map, we can see a little bit of detriment to their morale. But for Wasana is back in his old ways, being the MVP in this game. Not so much of elimination though compared to what we expect, but damage as well as knockdown is on him. And I love that the team has just survived with a full squad. Even that coordinated jump. And the ideation there is they know the numbers of players who might be targeting them. They just don't want to give that one up. One might be knocked out because they jump at the same time, but they have 2 more to go in for the rush.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Wasana rocking the off meta, but that at the same time, we got to give credit to the devs who have balanced out the current playing field of Free Fire very, very well. Even the Trogon is still very much viable. And earlier on, Gade showed us that the Max 7 is still very much still viable as well. But this time, Wasana just waking up in the competition, has the Trogon, rocking it very well. The only player on this squad to run the Joseph. And basically, up against Wasana, if you use the A124, instead of debuffing him, you give him a boost in speed. And a fast Wasana with the Tatsuya's Rebel Rush is going to wreck you. He's going to run circles around you. You throw an ice grenade at him, he's going to run even faster. You use the Homer against him, he's going to run faster. So there's really nothing that you can do against Wasana as of this point of time unless you literally shoot him down. We've seen a couple of players successful with that in the past, but of course, in the current day, Buriram literally at the top. 25 points from this match. And Virtus Pro with this recovery play. What are we even doing here?
Well, it's a good thing that they are finding their ways. But to be frank right now, for each match they are putting in more than 10 points. So that's props for Virtus Pro. It's like the question remains: what has happened for the past days? Is it something that really threw off? What's happening with the Thailand teams like Virtus Pro? Because we know that they have tenacity. We know that they have that chance. Or probably I don't know, this is just an assumption right now, they don't want to put in so much of effort because Indonesia is not putting that much of effort as well, or the Indonesians not putting that much of effort because they were not playing in the studio.
Yeah, man. I mean, first of all, let's acknowledge one thing before we talk about the points, because obviously Buriram's at the top. Yes, RRQ can still rip this away because the next map is an RRQ map and Buriram is bad at Nextera, okay? But they can once again flip the script on Nextera as well, no doubt whatsoever. But one of the weakest points on literally holding the top platform on Kalahari and then jumping down in the final moments is, we've seen this time and time again, players literally get shot out of the air. Buriram just did magic up there. All 4 players, they used their grappling hooks at the same time. That was so cinematic, bro. And when they did that, obviously the marksmen, the snipers on the side of the team at the bottom just could not find those accurate shots onto them at all. That was a true shocker for sure. I mean, it was really surprising. Virtus Pro, I think that one caught them off guard. And that maneuver led to all 4 players on the side of Buriram surviving the drop, which is crazy. Usually, from a situation like that, you would at least see 2 players getting taken out of the equation, and Buriram would have had a decently fair fight up against Virtus Pro. But with that cinematic drop, like some sort of Avengers kind of a situation in the final fight, dude, they rocked Virtus Pro's world, not in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, if we can zoom in, we might see the hero landing coming from Buriram United.
No, in Free Fire, that literally you do get the heroes landing.
Right. So if we zoom in, we can see the heroes landing, and then they just say assemble, and they did assemble against Virtus Pro at that point. But that was smart as well, because they know for a fact while they were dealing with Onyx Olympic, they know that they are players below them, and putting themselves in that shoes, because okay, if we were there at the bottom, the only thing that we need to do is wait for them to jump out. And Virtus Pro, and they don't know that there's only 2 players out there on Virtus Pro. So it was just, it's not a quick decision. I'm pretty sure with the time that they have on the platform, they were talking on how to get away. Whether they use, like go 1 by 1, or try to peek and probably take them out, and then that's when they jump. So there's a lot of options, and they had plenty of time because there's not so much of contention. Especially they took out most of players from Onyx from that engagement on the container. So it's just that it's an orthodox game, and it reminds me of the cinematic, you know, in movies where you pull out, in sports, you pull out unorthodox gameplay to get that lead against your opponent if you're the hero.
And from many weeks of asking for Wasana to wake up, finally this Machan wakes up. 15 eliminations out of 48 collected by the squad so far. Not too shabby at all. getting 1/3 practically of the eliminations on his own. Today, Get High can finally rest. Today, Get High can finally smile because I can play support player. I don't need to carry your butt all the way to the final line, bro. Because obviously Get High has been picking up the slack for Wasana for a long, long time. And clearly Wasana has found his own mojo. He's like, okay, you know what, M590, you sit down. I'm just going to rock it with a Trogon this time.
Right. If you're failing the new meta, just go for one step back. But similar to well, I mean, I would say one step back, but G'day goes back like a whole year or a year and a half with a charge buster. But well, if it does work for you, then that works for you. You don't have to force yourself in meta. Similar to what we've seen in some of the teams, like they just use the combination of the skills as well as the weapon based on their playstyle. And yeah, we keep calling for adjustment. We keep calling for adaptability. But if it's forced and if it's not working, then that the result would be similar to what we've seen with United. Then all they need to do go one step back, take a look of what's happening, and then just bring on where you were best at.
Yeah, man. I mean, what a day this is turning out to be. And one more game, Neptune, and Buriram, from not performing at all, is going to break all the records of the top score of the day from the teams that have thrown it, their own tries at it. RRQ initially setting it up with 102 points. Falcons breaking it pretty much instantaneously, and then later overtaken by Twisted Minds. And yesterday we saw AGAL set a brand new record of 117 points. Buriram already has 98. Reaching 117 is only 19 points away, which is very doable, my friend.
Definitely. 19 points away. That is something that we've seen Graham United put in. Like 20 if they grab Booyah as well, and if they will not be taken out early. But the threat would be RRQ or Virtus Pro. We've seen the rise of Virtus Pro right now. And this is something that I want to see more often than not. Virtus Pro being aggressive, but they know that that's also a double-edged sword. So right now, they're just trying to find the final circle. They're equalizing their numbers with RRQ. And if there's a chance that Virtus Pro will really need to put that pedal to the metal, this is the time to do it. They might be able to overtake VRU and probably take that spot, but still another Thailand team has the potential to go into the grand final spot.
3 Booyahs out of 5 games played. I think Buriram is on a roll. RRQ now needs 28 points more than Buriram to qualify for the grand finals. Virtus Pro, who has made a comeback out of nowhere, needs 30 points more than Buriram to qualify into the grand finals. So let's put it this way. Even if something crazy happens to Buriram and they don't qualify, Virtus Pro can still carry their Thai flag into the grand finals and make it 4 out of 5 Thai teams who have used 4 qualifier days to get an early access into the grand finals, which still ranks Thailand as the deadliest nation in Southeast Asia.
Exactly. I mean, that has been a threat to all regions out there. We've seen from the previous season that it was broken in terms of being the champion, but in terms of how deadly that record remains. I mean, the number of points, the number of elimination, placement as well, they still have it. It's just a champion rush condition that was denied away from them. So going to the grand finals, that is one thing that they can do. But on to the grand finals, they need to be a little bit more smarter and look into the future, because the future is here. Next era would be our next map, and this is the last game for today.
Oof, let's take a look and see how the drops are at this Nextera map. Once again, the teams to look out for on Nextera would be RRQ, PE Sports, and WAG. Buriram is not a top performer here. Out of 18 teams, they are ranked 11th on their performance at Nextera. So getting a booyah here, I wouldn't call it a miracle, but it'll definitely be a huge step up from how they've been performing on Next Era so far.
Yeah, definitely, man. Game changer for the team overall. For Evas now, I mean, we've seen a drop in their performance, especially for Bigatron as well. I mean, they are still at the bottom, not surviving this fight, despite of Royale being part of this new mix or being subbed in. They are still losing a few of those engagements, but, well, this might be the turnaround they are looking for. Joel, though, knocked down with AWG. On the hands of BTR might be the game changer for them against Heavy. But Joel still down. Dix still down. Young up close and personal. Blue Wall save him a little bit, but there's no backup to take down Alan. And Azrael doesn't have an angle, but up close and personal. Another AUG. And they managed to go for a takedown, not finding that final player, no problem. Yeah. As long as the rest of the teammates will be up and ready, then they're still okay.
Yeah, Mag 7 for the save again, an off-meta gun. This game has been patched to such a well-balanced playing field that almost any of these early gunplays could make a play, right? In the past, it just used to be, if you get the Mac 10 early game, you're getting a knock, but not anymore, and I love to see that.
Yeah, definitely. And look at the sidebar, AJ. I mean, a lot of players being taken down early into the game. Only 2 minutes and a lot of knockdowns, a lot of elimination already. And that would cost the teams to revive their teammates quite quickly. So despite of them heading into those coins, they will be losing out so much. And a three-way engagement between a few players from Virtus Pro as well as Noki from Todak and WAG. Well, they are looking for payback because they have been pushed down from the top of the leaderboard into the middle.
Oh, Virtus Pro, very aggressive early game. But WAG is going to make Nameless pay here. Oh, solid glue wall pulled up by Nameless. And a little bit of distraction from the back as well. Onyx putting pressure onto WAG. One more knockdown to the ground. Toda. Will PLS1 be able to find the connection? X-Ball up close and personal. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of the Toda player. But X-Ball can't seem to find the connection. Noki with the M590.
Oh, no.
Pressure is there. Bait and switch. PLS1 going in for the flank. And X-Ball fighting Noki as Noki fights X-Ball. Both players knocking each other down. Difference is WAG has backup for the pickup.
Yeah, well, pickup has been done, but T-Koi has been knocked down as well for GOW. A good thing that Akoy is back in play. Otherwise, that's it. That might be it for them. Now, for PLS1 jumping into the open. No cover at all. And WAG out in 12. And that is Heavy dealing the final blow. Now, let's see if they'll be able to put more shots against Onyx Olympus, who's jumping in their way.
Yeah, that was a desperate attempt, I think unnecessary from WAG, looking for the vending machine, but such an open play. An advantage taken by Team Heavy. 2 eliminations on their side, but now Mufasa on the ground. Megatron pulling in a little bit of a skirmish up against them, but not mainly against Heavy. They were going for Onyx. Heavy interfering in the situation. Joel's going to be very deadly. He's right up on top. Kabi can take him out of the equation, but instead of going for the headshot, carelessly takes a shot up against his body. Kabi is not my flavor at this point of time.
Let's see, Mufasa being taken down from that high ground. And Joel, I mean, the acquisition of Joel is really great for BTR as a sniper because they need that sniper. But the cohesion is not working for them, especially for today. He will be taken down. Now, on the other side, PE Sports, Nero, where Virtus Pro was aiming for that vending machine, will be taken down as well. Now, Kyong and the jump from Joel, the pickup needs to be done, but Ice Grenade to make sure that the recovery will not happen. And there goes the takedown against Don't Cry, leaving Heavy with only 3 players.
Yeah, remember we said PE Sports was very good on this map, and they are proving that because in the past 5 games, they've only got a total of 10 eliminations accumulated. In this map alone, they've already got 9 eliminations. One more to match up to what they collected over 5 maps. So if PE Esports had their way, they would just want to play next turn. Like, we don't want to play any other maps, bro.
I guess they missed that randomized 6 pickup.
Yeah.
There's a possibility that there will be another Nextera, but for BTR, similar approach. I'm seeing what things is happening. They are raking in points, and what they're doing right now is even better when we average their games, their match from the previous game or from the previous matches. Now, let's see if this is just an attempt for BTR to deny those in the top right now of grabbing that booyah, or probably just securing as well Brim United's reign. So Veronica Olympus, G'day needs to be revived. And BTR, one player spotted. Good thing he managed to get in the rooftop, or did he slip in?
He slipped in already, and he's got the P90. Bye-bye, Crime, he says. Crime had 800 coins in his pocket, so that's a big waste coming on through. And Dix literally is dropping in hot on him. And although Crime saw him, he couldn't really do anything about it at all. Oda, on the other hand, 4 eliminations in hand, make that 5 as Azrael spotted right in front of them, and Bigatron just not having any backup around them at all. Buriram has been absolutely silent throughout this whole game, which makes them super deadly. Look at Wasana. This guy alone has 1,500 coins on him.
I mean, they might be breaking bank later on, because in front of them would be GOW. Now, BTR right now has broken away from their downfall and now dealing with Onyx Olympus. So not quite sure what happened, but hopefully this happens more often, not for BTR. And Young XM8 up close and personal. We rarely see this, mostly in some other engagement, but not in deep into the game. Now Jonah has been knocked down. Wasana is still on a roll against GOW. This is what I'm talking about. GOW is so tenacious in this early part, or in this game. He might be able to take down Wasana, and he goes down, but Jonah is back in play.
Yeah, buys back 2 players just in the nick of time. Wasana almost dropped the ball there, though. Took 1 second too long to pull in the revival. And with 1,005, should have been able to get the full squad back in, so a little bit of a misclick there. Not so sure exactly what happened, but in his head, at least I got back to AJ. So, okay, bro. No stress, bro. No stress.
But remember,
just ranking in 0 eliminations. Just reminding you guys.
Well, you battling yourself in there. It sounds like you're fighting against Wasana, but you're fighting against yourself in that one.
Wasana. Good to see him back. Going back to his revival ways again. Pulling the squad back into the house. But GOW on a roll. 10 eliminations. Bigatron, 15 eliminations. What a massive game this next map is for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, there's nothing to lose, and BTR is just like rushing in, bashing against any team, and this time around, they're surviving. So, again, the question is, what happened? What are they doing? What they did before this game? Because it seems like this is something that they need to do every map, but, well, it's yet to be seen, because the day's almost over for RQ. We expect them to bring in a lot more, especially if they plan to get ahead of Brim United. But it seems like they are on the same role with minimal elimination in the early parts of the game, and even staying outside of the circle from the second to the third, that would be detrimental to their resources.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Bigatron they don't want to be last. They needed 15 points to catch up with PE Esports, but unfortunately for them, PE Esports has got a lot of points in this game. So, at this point of time, if they're getting confident, I would tell them, no, bro, calm down. Get to the final circle first, because times are tough, man. So, Bigatron at the moment is the best performing team on this map, but PE Esports has collected 10. So, they need another 10 eliminations to catch up with PE Esports through those points. So, that's just rough, man.
Yeah, I mean, they're just fighting on against being the bottom right now.
Yeah.
So let's see. It's tough right here for both teams, because we were expecting this a little bit early. But for Team Flash, they put in just an average in terms of performance right now in this game, and that brought them to 9th place. So hopefully they can survive even longer. But for BTR, well, Joel is already down after Dix, and young Israel, I don't think there's so much they can do, but they're still fighting on. But that miss 90 with an M5 90. And Azrael with a throw gone. Let's see if this might be the end. And don't cry! Finish the reign of BTR. And it seems like BTR will take the reign at the bottom.
Yeah, they'll sit at the bottom, man. What a massive game, but they will still remain at the bottom because the team that they could have almost overtaken literally killed them. So, GG. Heavy has played the best match, although they don't walk away with the booyah. It's not going to matter to them because they successfully prevented Bigatron from pushing them to the very bottom of the leaderboard for today's performance. I mean, GG. How unfortunate for Bigatron. That was a crazy big match for them. 16 eliminations. Can you believe it, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, and one thing though, they denied a lot of teams in getting those eliminations because later on, we're on the third going to fourth. Despite of having 10 teams remaining, it would not be hyper focused on one specific team. There would be a lot of engagement that would be happening, and it would take away those points from either RQ or Virtus Pro. But speaking of Virtus Pro, they are falling from the hands of Heavy right now, and I don't know what's up with the teams at the bottom of this day, but I'm loving their performance right now. Hopefully this happened early in the day.
You know what happens when Mustachio and Neptune ask for something. We ask and we get. And that's about it, man. We wanted the teams at the bottom to flip the script. Bigatron came out big time. PE Sports putting it up big time. Heavy putting it up big time. That's what we're talking about, man. I mean, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. And if this continues, Brahim United will probably maintain that #1 spot. But speaking of Brahim United, Heavy is dropping in close to BRU. So if Heavy can take BRU down, especially they only have 2 players remaining, then this would be a great performance that they can replicate all throughout if they can. But again, there's a lot of promise, a lot of engagement happening, and a lot of potential takedown right now. And RQ says, who's going to take down Brahim United or Heavy? It would be us, and it is being evident right now.
Yeah, RRQ is just shooting at anything that moves, but unfortunately not finding any knocks at all. But did enough to minus off quite a bit of HP off of PE Sports, who are on a roll right now, 12 eliminations strong. But now they're gunning down for their brothers Heavy. A civil war for Vietnam could just break out, and it's not going to look pretty.
I see though, PE Sports. Shots onto, I don't want to say, I would say ankle. A different part of the body is being shown right there. And there goes a shot from Dukes, taking advantage of the skirmish being done by PE Sports.
GG.
But Jonah will be taken down from either side. It is PE Sports being eliminated. And Dude says, say hello, I have that shot and I'm going to take it, being safe in this house.
I mean, that was a good advantage taken by RRQ. Unfortunate PE Sports, they wrecked Heavy and then they got wrecked right after. Just weren't hugging the close of the corner of the tent, just like what Toda is doing right now or what Heavy was doing earlier. Unfortunate, the guy tried to pick him up, but he thought he had the glue wall. Ma'al thought, bro, I've got the Riptide Rhythm. Cracks it down instantly, AC-80 to the chest. And Heavy is out. But what a phenomenal run from the bottom 3 teams today in this final game. You gotta love that. Even Flash still surviving here, but that's not for long.
Oop! United. The only 2 players.
What's Wasana doing? Come on, Wasana.
they're building a bridge right now.
He's building a bridge into the circle, bro.
No. This is Free Fire. It's not a different game right now. Riptide Rhythm! And there we have it. Wasana is out. And Bariram United is out. Despite of the funny, ridiculous gameplay that they are attempting, they were just not in a perfect spot.
You know Buriram are clowns when they try to play like that. They were not even trying to get those points. It was hilarious, Wasana. Oh, Wasana. But now, RRQ needs to get 28 points, and they've already gotten 10. Even if they take down every single player, okay, if they take down every single player in this circle, then maybe they qualify to the grand finals. If not, Buriram just qualified by clowning the final round on Nextera.
Let's see. I mean, hopefully they were able to mine a lot of points already, just to make sure that they are secured, and the rest of the teams will just need to deny RQ of all those eliminations because it's tough right now. It's tough on RRQ. They could have taken advantage of all the skirmish earlier. Dutch did put a few numbers, but a lot of shots into those tents that denied them as well of getting so much of points. That was a good ideation, but it was not. It didn't work well for RQ. But this time around, Evo Divine, once again, Ray is the ones pulling the charge buster, and Onyx Olympus on a higher ground in top view against everyone. Might be able to take them down.
Imagine if Onyx wrecks the party here for RRQ. Beautiful time turner again. Played wonderfully well here by... Oh my goodness, this map is just turning out to be an Indonesian map. EVOS joining this fight as well. And EVOS literally taking the fight up to Onyx instead of RRQ, who are very comfortable on the ground floor of this building.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be able to take advantage of this at this point. And there goes Onyx Olympus moving away.
Nicely done.
From everyone else. And despite of that, they are still being taken down by GLW, but GLW will also be going down. Quick pickup though to make sure they're still in this fight with a full squad, and Evo Divine saved them as well by distracting RRQ.
Yeah, but GOW could just wreck the party here for RRQ. Nate's tossed on in. Chill!
Triple kill.
He literally takes out RRQ with RRQ's play. The grenade launcher, M79, wrecking RRQ and wrecking their opportunity and getting the early qualifier into the grand finals. Now EVOS and GOW just fighting for some sweet endings here, and GOW ending the day with their first booyah of the day. What a massive game for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we asked for placement, and he has brought as a booyah. And, well, this evens up, or this balances their elimination with their placement as well. And this is something that we might expect from GLW in the future. Not today, they will not be qualifying grand final, but the potential of them bringing that fire into the next week. This is what we love. Every team just climbing and also being hungrier day after day.
You know, Neptune, it's very rare that both the casters have got the exact same prediction for the day. And it's even more rare that both the casters get their #1 prediction on point on the very same day. And it looks like Buriram, of all teams, with an absolute clown of a final Nextera game. They did not go for eliminations. They did not even try, okay? They were just running around, and okay, at one point, they were trying to find their survival into the final circle, and then they got caught out. Wasana tried to pull in the full squad, botched the revivals, only revived 2 players instead of the whole team, but they still managed to get to the final circle, and that guy tried building some bridge into the final circle. I knew it was not going to work, but he tried, okay? It was fun watching it. But unbelievably so, the attempt from picking up points in the first 5 games was more than enough. And no other teams were close enough to Buriram by the end of the game.
Exactly. I mean, with that performance, though, they won't be able to break the record that AJAL built. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If they are in there, part of that grand finals, and it's all good for Brim United. And I guess the buying time that BRU is also doing is calculating if they have enough, or they've done enough to prevent RRQ from getting that much point. Because if they have been eliminated early, then that gives more chance for RRQ to gather so much point, because the catch up would be that long.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they were doing, right? They're like, you just need to survive a little bit longer just to make sure RRQ does not win this. And they did exactly that. And they qualified without getting many, in fact, any eliminations, I think, in this match. We barely saw them in engagement. They were not shooting. They were literally not shooting at anyone. They were just throwing that match, but just being cheeky about it, just surviving with those glue walls. It was hilarious to watch. And Buriram, just the king of entertainers out there when it comes to the world of Free Fire esports. You just gotta love it. Obviously, RRQ tried really hard, but that final game was just too messy. GOW in there. But we got to respect the teams down at the bottom. What we had asked for happened. Bigatron, massive game. Heavy had a massive game. B Sport, massive game. But of course, not a lot to change their fate. Although Bigatron had one of the best elimination runs in comparison to all of the other teams, they still couldn't push Heavy down to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough because everyone in there was trying to claw their way, getting away from bottom spot, and it might also go with our LBS because whoever would be assigned, whoever would be designated as a loser would be part of the bottom teams, unless those at the top, those winning, would be choosing a different team.
Yeah, I think, first of all, we are only looking for the winner. They have not, pointed out how we look at the loser. Technically, we can only have one winner. And I think the winner is going to choose who needs to wear the loser headband. So I'm pretty curious as to who. And finally, we get to see the Buriram players on yet another interview. And they get to choose their victim. They might play nice and make Virtus Pro wear the hat. I don't know. Because now, Virtus Pro, they're up at the top somewhere, but I don't think they got a booyah today. I mean, they performed fairly well, but just no booyahs.
Right. Oh, one thing I would ask, if Morphin is listening right now, hopefully she would ask what happened to Buriram United in the past few days.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the girl is doing a lot of things in terms of the interview in finding the right question, because in the past that's what she was doing, and now we have the teams that needs to answer all those questions. So I would love to hear that interview as well, just to find out if are they really struggling, or is it something that they planned all along, because we know, or they know specifically, that if they want it, they can get the number one spot and qualify to grand finals.
And surprisingly enough, if the challenge of the day was for which team gets the highest eliminations of the day, GOW would have actually walked away with the number one spot. GOW was on fire today. First of all, GOW only had one booyah on their side. They were not faring as the perfect squad when it comes to the placement points, just not as consistent, but very, very solid plays out of GOW. I mean, I think they need to pat themselves on the back, because at one point, WAG was looking like the top squad of the day. And GOW just said, no, bro, you guys are forgetting us. We exist and we are about to whoop everybody into shape. So surprisingly enough, they definitely have managed to earn my respect from today. Shocking stuff, man. But what's more shocking and yet very unshocking is the fact that 4 days of this knockout stage, where every day of the knockout stage across 3 weeks, the number one team will qualify to the grand finals. We have gotten 4 days out of 6 days so far. Today's the 4th day. And every single day, we have had one Thai team qualify to the grand finals. How ridiculous is that, Matthew?
Well, I guess no one from the other regions have managed to do that tiebreaker at this point, because Thai is still on the roll.
The Thai will break you.
Right, I guess we're ready right now. We're setting up for the live broadcast segment, or the challenge that is instead. So let's bring it over to our host right now for that segment right here.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello Survivor and welcome to Thailand broadcast, and now it's time for daily challenge, and Buriram United Esports is the team that won this challenge today. So first of all, how do you feel to win this challenge? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ชนะ challenge นี้คะโจนะ
รู้สึกเฉยๆครับ
ไม่ค่ะรู้สึกเฉยๆ
เพราะว่าชนะอยู่แล้ว
Come on. Say something crazy,
he say that he feel so because he already know that he's gonna win this challenge. Alright? So which team do you want to punish? ทีมไหนที่อยากลงโทษค่ะ
Bigatron.
ทำไมถึงเป็น
เพราะเขาล้อเลียนโค้ชผมครับแค้นมากเลย
เลยต้องลงโทษ
ใช่ครับ
Okay, so I want to punish WAG because they joking around with our coach. So this is your punishment. All right, I think it's time for punishment. So now send to Yunsu and Vietnam broadcast.
Well, at least we get to see Yunso.
Alright, thanks Marvin. Hello everyone, this is me, Yuso, and right next to me we are WAG. So we have heard that from Marvin and BRU that we have to get the punish from
I guess
BRU.
Yunso
So,
complained
well,
that,
we're
hey,
here to
send
pay
me
the
2
price.
players so that I don't
Xin chào
have
các
to
bạn
use the
khán giả,
headband
mình
as
là
well.
MC
Why
Yunso
am I
và
the
mình
loser?
đây chính là hai thành viên của WAG, Cyrus và Glam, và bọn mình đã phải nhận lấy hình phạt này. Bởi vì ngày hôm nay BRU chính là đội tuyển có điểm thứ hạng cao nhất và họ đã lựa chọn WAG là đội tuyển thua kèo ngày hôm nay. Và với lý do tại sao thì BRU nói rằng là chúng mình muốn trừng phạt WAG bởi vì các bạn ấy đã cật nhã tụi mình quá nhiều rồi, nên là hôm nay đây là cơ hội của bọn mình.
And that duck is
Nghe
missing the
cũng khá là đáng
beanie.
tiếc.
There will be a duck
Alright,
beanie.
so for the bet for today, we have to wear a loser headband on our head and we have to hold this board right here that we got owned by BRU. So that is our words today. Ngày hôm nay với hình phạt thì chúng mình sẽ phải đeo một cái vòng ở trên đầu có cái chữ là kẻ thua cuộc, và ngay trên tay của Cyrus thì các bạn cũng có thấy được rằng thua rồi. Hôm nay bọn mình đã thua cuộc
Cyrus
trước
literally
BRU.
looks
Cyrus
like,
thể cầm
yeah, I
cao
don't
một
care.
tí đến được
I'll
không
own
ạ?
you on the battlefield later.
Và bọn mình đã hoàn thành xong kèo thi đấu của ngày
I will
hôm
get
nay.
you
Cảm ơn
back,
các bạn
Burira.
rất là nhiều. And we have finished
But they gotta
our
wait for the
bet
finals.
for today.
First of all, they
Thank
gotta
you so much
qualify
for
for the
watching,
finals.
Marvin.
It's tough. It's tough though. I mean, the challenge is now happening not only in the battlefield but also off, like on camera. So let's see though. Let's see. I mean, WAG is put in the spotlight not as a winner but as a loser of that challenge, and I'm pretty sure they want to bring it up. They want to be the next team to get there, just to rub it to their faces that, yeah, you brought us as a loser, but we're a winner in the fight.
I cannot believe Wasana just qualified to the grand finals by clowning around on the final game. Unbelievable. Of course, this all started out with Bigatron getting into a massive fight with Heavy and walking away with 4 points. And on top of that, continuing on to pummel team after team after team and getting massive numbers of eliminations by the end of that match. This was one of the most ridiculous games Bigatron has been a part of. And you want to know what's even more ridiculous? They got 16 eliminations and 0 placement points.
They were a part of with WAG as well. So first team being eliminated from that game. But let's bring it over to a different Vietnam team, which is GOW. Demon, being a demon in that fight as our MVP. Valiant Dash, as well as with the Joseph, Ford, and Olivia to toughen him up a little bit. Grabs 6 elimination, 4,346 on the damage, as well as 7 knockdown. He's mostly a deadly player overall, and he's also been part of those who put in so much fight in grabbing elimination for GOW.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, massive game here for the squad, and getting a total of 17 eliminations. A rare game out of GOW for sure, but this is what we want to see out of the Vietnamese squads, to show us a little bit of dominance out there. And just like what Onyx did, GOW from nowhere jumped into the top 5.
Well, they have that potential. We've seen that from elimination. We've seen that from other days as well from Vietnam. Correction, GOW is just moving up compared to others, if I'm not mistaken, because most of the time it's P Sports, WAG, Flash Heavy, who's putting in so much, and the GOW is being left behind. This just payback for all those doubts for the team, and well, bringing in 29 is what we love to see for this teams, from this teams as well. But Evo's fine. Onyx Olympus also putting in a different pace, and I guess as we called it earlier, those to the bottom are now performing in this game.
And Buriram literally got 0 eliminations, just hanging on with their glue walls up in the air, walking away with 5 placement points, just flexing on everyone.
Bro,
they walk into the grand finals.
They have 0 elimination, but 100 elevation.
3 booyahs to call themselves king, the most number of placement points to win the live broadcast segment as well. And not too shabby on the eliminations, but of course, shout out to GOW, the most number of eliminations picked up throughout the day. They definitely have to fix their placement points game as they move on in the competition. But of course, they're capable of finding the booyah, which means that if the cards are right, they might just be able to walk away with the title on the grand finals day. But my heart goes out to RRQ, man. They got close enough and then overtaken by Onyx.
I mean, that's tough though. I mean, Onyx Olympus did put in so much effort, and RQ did falter as well. Even their best maps, the final 2 maps, they just faltered there. But for the best Predator, we've seen Demon, MVP of final match, followed by RQ Dutz. And we were wondering earlier, I mean, Dutz is like, we were questioning what happened to the elimination role of Dutz, but he's still back. He is putting in so much fight in each game. Same goes for Ray. Now, in the 4th and 5th, we still have Brave United, Wasana, and Moshi, and won't be surprised if who follows them would be the rest of Brave United. But speaking of the blue team, they will be in single day and another team qualifying in the grand finals.
Yeah, man. And out of 5 Thai squads, 4 have made it to the grand finals. Virtus Pro showed the signs of life today. But of course, clunking out very badly in the Nextera map. I expected to see more of them on Nextera, but they disappointed me a little bit. Fingers crossed they do not disappoint us next week, because when we come back in here, week 5, day 1 for Battle Royale, another team gets to qualify for the grand finals. And can we have a historic run from Thailand? Or will they disappoint? The pressure is on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the pressure is on them. But, well, let's see though, because the new contender in the next week, day number 1, would be Kagendra. So there's a lot of surprises, especially from a fresh team in this lineup right now. And yep, there he is, the 3rd on the 1st row of team. So we're taking out Brave United. We have Kendra right now. And, well, we'll have to see, though, because most of who's in here are coming from Vietnam, and none of them are moving up or being taken away from our list. And that would be tough, especially on the latter part, or if they decide to go in the latter part. But I guess there's another interview that is set, AJ, before we end the show.
I wonder who is it going to be, because we've already seen Buriram, the top squad of the day, and we got to see a little bit of Yunsul as well. So we've seen Morphin, we've seen Yunsul, and I think we've seen Conchita Caroline as well. Well, I don't care. I love all the hosts anyway. So after the interview, we'll be back with you guys in a little bit.
Hello again, Survivor, and welcome to our interview section. And here we are with Buriram United Esports. First of all, congratulations on your win. So, how do you feel to get in the grand final? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ได้เข้า grand final แล้ว
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับ แต่ว่ามาช้าหน่อย แต่ว่ามันก็ชัดเจนอยู่ครับ
He said that he really happy to get into the grand final. Although we get a slow start, but yeah, everything is obvious that we're gonna go into the grand final. Okay, wow. This is a happy atmosphere from Buriram United Esports. Okay, let's go to the second question. So I have to ask about the second map that is gonna be 4v3 situation. GOW have 4 people there, but you got just 3 people. But Buriram United Esports won that fight and get the momentum and then get the booyah, and it's 3 booyah from BRU. I want to know that back then, how was the communication and what is the key factor that bring you victory? ตอนแมปที่ 2 ค่ะ ตอนนั้นมันเป็นสถานการณ์ 3-4 กับ GOW ตอนนั้นยังไงก็เสียเปรียบแล้วแต่ว่าเราสามารถเอาชนะมาได้โมเมนตัมมาด้วยแล้วก็ได้บูย่ามา3บูย่าเลยวันนี้อยากรู้ว่าคุยกันยังไงแล้วก็อะไรคือปัจจัยสำคัญที่ทำให้ชนะมาค่ะ
ก็เกมนั้นพอตายก็โทษพี่แฮกเลยครับตายทำไมวิ่งไม่ดูคนอื่นเลยรู้ไหมคนที่เขาเป็นห่วงเขามีเป็นห่วงกันมากแค่ไหนตายไป
บางเวนี้เลย
ไม่เอาจริงจังนะครับก็แบบว่าพอนั้น เฮียก็สั่งเลยเฮียโจก็บอกว่าเอามันเลยไม่ต้องกลัวมันหรอก3-4อ่ะใส่มันเลยดัดปาดมันเลยเอามันเลยครับแบบนี้เลยประมาณนั้นนะครับ
พี่โจสรุปพี่โจหรือโมชิเป็นคนบอกนะ
สรุปก็
โจเป็นคนสั่ง
เก็ต
สรุปสรุปโจหรือเกตหรือใครสั่ง
สรุปโจครับโจ
โจเป็นคนสั่งแต่ตอนแรกก็คือเราโทษโมชิก่อนเลย that situation Moshi is the one who down first and Wasana say that it's his fault why you down so fast why you have to like get the 3 people they have to fight for you and have to carry you and then in that situation Jonah is the one who is the shot caller that even we have 3 people we don't have any advantage to fight with them but we can do it and yes BRU can do that and bring back the victory let's go to the next question for get high Thai team already get into the grand final for like 14 now but have to admit that the first 3 games Thai team did such a great job but then for the last 3 map every team got like got get out of the game so fast what is the point that you think that is the thing that makes this situation happen อยากรู้ว่าอะไรคือจุดที่ทำให้ทีมไทยเนี่ยคือ3ทีมที่ผ่านมารวมเราด้วย3แมปแรกมาอย่างดี3แมปหลังโดนจบไวมากคิดว่าอะไรคือจุดนั้นคะ
น่าจะทัมมิ่งไม่ดีครับเพราะเชื่อว่าทุกคนก็น่าเล่นเต็มที่อยู่แล้วทีมผมโยนนะ3 เกมหลัง
ไม่ใช่ครับเกมนั้นก็ประมาณว่าขอไว้5 แต้มเกมสุดท้ายขอ5 แต้มก็ได้5 แต้ม
แล้วเราก็เลยเรารู้แล้วว่าเราได้เท่านั้นละมันก็เลยเป็นอย่างนี้นี่เอง Okay so the point that he think is it's about the timing so every team play with their attention we did the best job that we can do put the everything that we can do but it's about the timing but about Buriram Esports for the last map they think they're gonna have a 5 point just 5 point is okay so that's why they end really fast in that game okay let's go to the last question so now you get into the grand final I would like to know that which team that you think gonna be a next team that get into the grand final คิดว่าทีมไหนจะได้เข้าสู่รอบต่อไปคะขำอะไรกัน
ก็น่าจะลูกน้องผมครับ
นั่นก็คือ
เนมเลสครับทีมเนมเลสเลย
VP
ไวตัดโปครับไวตัดโปฮะ
ค่ะ so of course the next team that gonna grind into the grand final is gonna be Virtus Pro it's like a how do I say like a brother to the Buriram Esports so it's gonna be Virtus Pro alright this is the end of our interview section thank you for watching us and this is the end of today but first get back to our caster bye bye
Thank you very much, Buriram United, as well as Morphin. And interesting question, but I didn't hear the question that I want to hear. I didn't hear the answer that we have been begging for the past few weeks. But well, I guess we don't get what we often ask. But at this point, we ask for Buriram United to go into grand finals, and they are here.
Absolutely. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been a freaking good day. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Mwah! Bye-bye. Take care.